Hello, welcome back everyone to the Lichess broadcast commentary of the Lichess Legends 2024 live from Trondheim, Norway. I'm your host Irene Sukandar, and today we'll be watching round number 6. Yes, we are almost there. 4 more rounds to go until we see who is going to be the first winner of the first edition of the Lichess Legends. So stay tuned with us until the end of the commentary because today, I assure you, it's going to be more interesting than the other days before. And well, we have a sole leader in the open group. Grandmaster Korpa Bense from Hungary is leading alone, and tailing just half a point behind is Grandmaster John Ludwig Hammer. So we already have a liftoff. So let's quickly update ourselves about the general information about the tournament, and we'll be playing 9 rounds in total. The location, yeah, I'm not going to be tired of reminding this to you. We are playing from the Archbishop Palace in Trondheim, Norway. It is adjacent to the Nidaros Cathedral, a very historical cathedral of the country. The time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves, and players will have an additional of 30 minutes until the rest of the game, and they have 30 seconds increments starting from move number 1, and the prize fund is 28,400 euros. And the standings, as I mentioned earlier, the Hungarian Bence Korpa is on 4.5 out of 5, only drawing once, and on the second place, tailing behind on the clear second, is John Ludwig Hammer with 4 out of 5. He made 2 draws, and also we have a lot of 3.5 here. Grandmaster Urkedal, Frodo, Marius Dewar, Tove Kenanen, Elham Amar, and etc. So today, as I mentioned, we'll be watching round number 6, and we have very interesting matchups since we are already almost toward the end of the tournament, officially on the second half of the tournament. On the first board, we'll be watching a very strong Finnish international master Kenanen versus the leader Bence Korpa, and on the second board we'll see an all Norwegian matchup between Frodo Urkedal versus John Ludwig Hammer, and on the third board, wow, actually this is also going to be very exciting because these two juniors, because I think they're under 20 still, Elham Amar versus Marius Dewar. Yeah, I'm expecting an opening battle between them two. And we'll also see Boris Bashev from Denmark playing against Eric Jovana from Serbia. And she's been a little bit out of our radar for the past 5 days, but man, she's climbing up, and now she's on 3.5 out of 5, officially the leader in the women's section. And also Sheila was leading, and now she's back from 2 days ago because she lost, but yesterday she won again, and she is now on 3.5, sharing the first place with Jovana. But today they are playing against very strong oppositions, Boris Bashev and Jovar Gretarsen respectively. And we also will be seeing Savita Shri, an up and rising star from India, playing against Sebastian Bogner, and Axel Bugvaloy playing against Trygve Dahl. And yeah, it's, well, I'm just going to look forward to all the games today. And we already had a liftoff a while ago, so I think we can quickly dive into the games. And let's take a look. Board number 1. It's between Kenanen versus Korpa. So yesterday, Kenanen managed to survive in a worse endgame against Elham Amar. Yeah, if you remember the game, it was the opposite colored bishop with 2 major pieces on the board, with the queen and the rook. But eventually the rook was traded off, and the game was left only with the bishop and the queens, and of course a bunch of pawns. And Kenanen yesterday was down a pawn, so he tried to survive until the end of the game with one pawn down and managed to do so. And therefore, he is now playing against the leader, Korpa Bense, who defeated Urkadal on a very exciting battle yesterday, round number 5. If you missed the action, please do check it out. In our Lichess broadcast page, you will be able to see all of the games that are broadcasted on our DGT boards. Yep. So I think those two games, I highly recommend you to check them out because they're very instructive, very very instructive. And today, Kenanen, I think it's coming from a King's Indian position, playing against Korpa. So let's take a look. It started out with c4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, and d4. Although it looks like it's coming from an English, because first move is c4, but it's transposition. e4, d6, and bishop e2. And then e5, and they went to this variation where you traded off the queens very early in the game, and bishop g5, rook e8. Okay, so it's always an exciting battle if you see a King's Indian on the board. But here without the queens on the board, we can actually expect some positional or strategical battle here, because, well, yeah, white player, Kenanen, and Korpa. The thing is, it is also a matter of how ambitious the players are, because going toward the second half of the tournament, you kind of a bit drained of energy. And as the leader here, Korpa, I think half a point should be fine. And but we never know. We never know. Usually they have such a flexible approach to the game, depending on their energy level. Probably they will start out the opening as a very quiet one, and will not look so much out of the opening. But if the opportunity occurs by itself, then they will try to grab it. So nothing much can be said on this position yet. So we can actually go to the second board. It's an all Norwegian matchup between Urkadal versus Hammer. Should be interesting. So what is going on here? e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, knight g5. Okay, I like to see this variation happening on the board. d5, e d5, and knight d4. Okay, this is something that I'm a bit unfamiliar with, but always interesting to learn something new. So the main variation, of course, in this position after e takes d5 is knight f5, and then you go to this type of position where white has at least 3 main responses here: bishop d3, bishop e2, even bishop f1, and queen f3. But instead of going to that line, here Hammer decided to surprise his opponent by playing a sideline knight d4. And judging from the reaction, I think Urkadal here, he's not very much surprised because he immediately played c3. And h6 is on the board. What has Hammer prepared for this game? Because if you remember from 2 days ago when he was here giving his insight in the studio with me, he's not happy with how he had already a draw beforehand and then had to play another draw. Actually, it was against Korpa Bense, and he is looking forward to score a full point every single game from now on. So he is, despite he's playing against also another strong grandmaster, I really like his energy and his spirit that he's trying to surprise his opponent starting from the opening. And then I think we can confirm that, because now Frodo is thinking. We can see it from the camera. He might be having some recollection about this position before, but yeah, this position is very dangerous. That if you don't really remember the theory, you could be punished from early of the game. So you got to be very careful. And actually, I would like to check my Lichess database, because it can always tell us something what's going on this position. So h6 seems to be quite a surprise, but Let me check. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think I can understand why it was a surprise, yeah? Because after c3, b5 was played by 93% of the masters in my database. And on Lichess database itself, actually it is divided between two moves, knight f5 and b5. So knight f5 and b5, there are the two main responses here. h6 being the third one. So yeah, it is. No, this has always been the strategy for um, most of the grandmasters these days, that you are just going to the third or even fourth best line, because usually those lines are being unexplored by your opponents, and it can actually give a very nasty surprise in the opening. So probably this is what Hammer is doing right now. Um, yeah, I would like to ask him the question myself later if I get the opportunity to do it. So h6. So what happens after h6 here? So most of the people just gambit the knight to f7. Oh. Okay, so the main responses here are again divided into two. Knight takes f7 being the main line by most of the games being played on Lichess. And the second main line is to take on d4. I think they are very understandable. Like this is something that you have to play anyway. Yeah, you have to um, get some material already out of this opening. Okay, but here Frodo is still thinking which one that he's gonna take. Oh, just from the camera I could see that he's taking the f7 pawn. No, this is, I think that already just how many moves already? Like out of 7 moves, I think this is going to be our main attention of the round, because just already from the opening, it already gives us like a lot of entertainment here. Knight f7, and Hammer is still nowhere to be found. Oh, actually, he's there. I guess he's there, like on the back, on the far end of the camera, and then I think he's now going to walk to his chair, realizing that his opponent just made a move. So let's continue this analysis. So after knight takes f7, obviously this knight is forking the queen and the rook. So you have to take it. You have to take it. And after you take it, the main response for white in this position is to take this one. Yeah, the king is walking into this diagonal where white could also play d6, but apparently this check doesn't mean anything because, for example, I don't see a way to continue. I mean, knight e6 and then you're just saving a piece like that. So I don't think this is the way to go. So probably after king f7, you just take on the knight on d4 anyway. And yeah, Hammer just did it. Sorry, cd4 was already played, and then Hammer just took it back with the pawn. So everything is still within his preparation apparently, because he's been moving all the moves confidently and very quickly. Okay, um, let's go back to, actually in my master database there's no move after e takes d4. What about on Lichess games? Most of the players here, they play either d6 or short castle. Yeah, there are thousands of games on this line apparently. I mean, well, I think like millions of people playing or access the Lichess page daily. Million or billion? I have to check actually because it is quite a high number. So let's take a look. If d6 happens, where does this king go? Or would you rather block it like this? But it means the king is more exposed to the center, so I don't really like that move because after bishop e6, so let's say takes, and then probably takes these and give a check, and then next move just castle. I don't see any advantage for black in this position. Forget about advantage. I don't see any equality because I think it's just much better for white. Like after white finish the development, castle, put the knight out, put the bishop out, connect the rooks, that's it. Game over. So ed4. D6 seems to be very interesting. I think this should be like a critical line in this position anyway. So king, where does the king go? King e8 is the main move, and second main move is bishop e6 and king g6. Probably king e8 looks more logical. And here d takes c7, queen takes c7, queen e2 check, bishop e7. Yeah, I think I need to also remind all of us that white is still up a pawn in this position. So trying to find a compensation for black here, because if black doesn't have anything out of this opening, like a pawn is a pawn, this extra pawn could mean something later on in the game. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Hammer has in mind here, what sort of preparation that he did beforehand. So ed4 is still on the board, and here Frodo hasn't moved yet, and we can also see from the time situation that Hammer is still within his preparation, while apparently Hammer got surprised by this opening choice. I think objectively white should be better, but again, preparation is not about being an objective evaluation of every move or every variation or line, but also it has a big element of surprise in it. So this might be just the punching point of Hammer's preparation today. We'll see what's going to happen on this game. And meanwhile, let's continue see other games that are also going on right now. Third board between Elham Amar versus Marius Dewar. Oh my gosh. It feels like they've already played from 2 hours ago, but no, they started at the same time as the rest of us. But you could see the current position. It is well off in the middle game, and probably soon after a few trades is gonna be in the end game. So are they playing some sort of like a variation that 26 move long? Okay, let's take a look. E4 c6, so it is a Caro-Kann. The main Caro-Kann actually with knight f6, and this is the trendy line these days. If you just started playing Caro-Kann, I recommend you to learn this one because this is very, very straightforward on what black has to do. Takes and then c3, so bishop d3, yeah, this is still pretty normal. Queen c2 and knight e2, h5, castle, h4, h3. So I think up to this point I've seen like a bunch of games like this, but I didn't know if there are like 26 theory of this that you can actually play. I thought 15 moves and then you have to be by yourself. Knight f8, rook a, e1, g6, knight f4. Okay, I would like to take a look at the database. And actually, yeah, there are lots of games like this. There are lots of games. What about the Masters database? So we've been following some games here by a few grandmasters. So let's take a look if they follow one of these games. Bishop e6, okay, takes e6, and bishop c4. Yeah, so far they're following a game by I'm not sure these two players. It's Lucas Vicious Petras versus Toby van Schendel. So let's take a look. So far they've been following one game, Queen e4, and probably at some point I'm expecting there's some improvement. Queen c7, Queen g4. Wow, you see, I think I called it right early in our broadcast that on the third board between Amar versus Marius Dewar, these are I think two of the best juniors that we have in the tournament so far. And usually, the thing with young players, they are very well prepared. They're very very updated in the opening variations, and I think it has proven to be right. My wording was proven to be right here, because you can take a look. Like, they keep playing these moves, and I don't think that they would play this fast without any prior knowledge or preparation beforehand. So, at some time of their life, probably before the game, or maybe not even before the game, because Amar and Dior here, I'm sure they're capable of playing various openings. So probably this is one of the preparations from much before. And yeah, they're still actually following this game between Lucas Sivicius versus Chandel. And bishop takes f4, bishop takes f4, rook e2, bishop h2, king h1, and bishop d6. Okay, here bishop d6 is what happened actually in the game. Let me... Bishop d6 and rook d1. Are they still following it? Sorry. I'm just curious. Oh, maybe it's yeah. What was the last move? So bishop d6, rook d1, rook h8. Bishop d6, rook d1, rook h8. Okay, so in that game, I just clicked on the Lichess database. Turns out it was a correspondence game. So for those of you who are who don't understand what does it mean, well, it's a correspondence game. So there are some time limit for each move that you can submit, but since it is a correspondence game, usually we just play, we know that the game should be very high quality, because you get time to actually analyze every single move. And this brings you to the best conclusion for every position. So even though the players for the correspondent games, sometimes they're not grandmasters. I think I can hardly recall any grandmasters who are playing in the correspondence. Sometimes they're just 2200, 2300, or even 2100. But don't let their ratings fool you, because their moves come from hours of analysis. So this is what they are following right now. They are not only checking, these kids, they are not only checking about what Magnus has played, what Nikaru has played, or Nepomniachtchi, but they are checking the correspondence games as well as their own repertoire, which is as it should be. But it's just amazing the length of preparation they are willing to go. It's showing us that they're taking chess seriously, because it is not easy to compare everything and then to memorize, because you never know when this type of position or type of this line arises on the board. You have to be ready and then try to find like this mind mapping in your brain. Oh, this character variation, I remember it from a while ago. I remember that I worked on this variation and I saw this correspondence game, which I can just totally copy. Because again, correspondence games are the fruit of hours of analysis. So it is very high quality, and it is the best, also one of the best source of the opening repertoires. So do we have a move of their games already? Let me take a look. So after rook d8, I think white has moved something for sure. Let me take a look. What just happened? Oh, rook d1. Yeah, rook d1 is already on the board. Oh, actually, rook d1 is already on the board. And here in the correspondence game, after rook d1, the black player played rook a h8. But I think this position is very equal. I mean, you're not limited to only playing rook A, H8. Okay, let's go back to the game. This is still the current position. Marius Dior is still thinking. So while he's thinking, let me also double check about this variation because it's interesting. It's not only about the game itself. I mean, that oh, this is Caro-Kann, and then it's showing us like maybe some new line that we've never explored before. But it is also amazing to see, yeah, they win such an extra length of preparation. I have to applaud them for that. So I will totally get back to this game because I'd like to see how far of the preparation that they can play out on this game, especially now Marius is pausing, he's thinking, could he be forgetting the game? Because I'm sure all the moves that were played out, it's not because they found it on the board. I'm sure they have like knowledge about it because I don't believe that within a few seconds they just play this move, that move very naturally without knowing about the game before. I'm sure they knew this game. Uh, but all right, I think we found like a very interesting fact on this game. Let's move on to the next board. It's between Arnold Riss versus Thor Frederick Carlsen. And what do we have here? Some King's Indian again? Or maybe not. Oh, e4, e5. Knight f3, knight c6, and actually it is a Ruy Lopez. After knight f6, castle d6. Oh, the Steinitz variation maybe? Rook e1, bishop d7, c3, g6, d4, bishop g7, d5, knight e7. Yeah, I think... What was the name of this variation? I think this is one of the variation that was featured in the lifetime repertoire, the short, or maybe not lifetime repertoire, it's the short and sweet e5 by Gawain Jones. I think he recommended this line as black against Ruy Lopez. d5, knight e7, bishop takes d7, knight takes d7, and c4. Okay, so the light square bishop has been exchanged. That's why I thought this was a King's Indian because the structure looks like it. What else can we say in this position? This knight probably is hoping to jump over c5, but then has to be ready about b4. So what about we move a5 first? I think in this position, black can also delay the castle because you're not really necessary to castle right away now. Oh, as we speak, he just castled. Okay, so I think he's just trying to uh, divert his attention to the king side, probably. And oh, all right, b4 is not happening yet because after b4 here, a5 is there, and you cannot really play a3 because your rook is hanging over here. So in order to really stop the knight on c5 in the near future, white has to do some preparation. Probably knight goes to c3 first, and putting this bishop elsewhere, to e3 maybe. But yeah, this is interesting because also at some point black might be planning to play f5, but not at this point because f5 will just lose to knight g5 and knight e6. So some King's Indian ideas can also be applied in this position, although it well started off as a Ruy Lopez. So probably a move like h6 is very much needed to stop knight g5 from being happen if black really wanted to play f5 later. So castle has just been played, and Arnold here is not on the chair, so I think we can move on to the next board because on the next camera we will see two ladies playing two strong oppositions, two strong grandmasters. We'll see board number 5 here, Boris Chatalbashev playing against Jovana Eric from, not Eric, sorry, this is Slavic pronunciation, so Jovana Eric. I hope for those who are watching right now on Lichess Twitch and YouTube can pardon my pronunciation. Trying my best here because chess unites all people from all over the world, and yeah, they have all different pronunciations, and yeah, I'm just trying my best to pronounce their names right. So I think the effort should be count for something, even if I still botch the pronunciation. Anyway, all right. So Boris here, playing against Jovana, and their game is on the far end of the camera, and on the near end of the camera is Gretarsson versus Sheila Stavert. Not Stavert. It's not Stavert. Sheila Stanford. Sheila Stanford. Both of our female players here, they are on 3.5 points, so they are playing on the top boards. So I'm very very happy to see them on the top boards. But today, hopefully, they can get rid of these obstacles because Shuttlebashev and Gretarsson, they're very solid players, and they have this advantage playing with white pieces. So let's see. Let's dive into their games. So here, Shuttlebashev started the game with knight f3. Jovana played d5, g3, c6, bishop g2, knight f6, c4, g6, and b3. Okay. Yeah, with this variation, yeah, you can play this setup. Bishop b2, castle, and a5. And after knight c3 here, rook e8. Yeah, this is very nice. You're planning to play e5 right away. d4, stopping e5 from moving. And bishop f5, knight e5, and knight a6. Yeah, usually this type of structure, when the bishop is on f5, you have to be ready with this idea. But apparently after knight h4, I think the bishop can just move back to e6 like this, and then attacking this pawn, and knight is kind of a bit awkwardly placed at the edge of the board. So that was not the move that Boris chose. So after knight e5 here, knight a6. It is also very interesting because usually the knight on the center has to be challenged, but unfortunately here for black, the pawn on d5 is not very well supported. So what I meant was the move like knight bd7. So maybe in this position, yeah, I think a pawn will be lost after this. Takes, because the thing is after this, yeah, everything is very well protected. The queen is somehow getting into the game. So realizing that knight bd7 is not an option, here Jovana chose to develop knight elsewhere. Knight a6, which is also very thematic in this position. You're not necessarily has to move it somewhere, but you probably have to just connect the rooks here, and this is a natural move to make anyway. You just want to get the last minor piece on the board developed, and just try to play a slow chess, because this position requires patience, a lot of patience. So if you're not a patient person, I don't know what's gonna happen in this game. But here knight a6, and knowing how Boris Chotelbashev has been playing, he's a very solid player, so he's not gonna look for some complications. Instead, he's just gonna look for all these tiny details like rook c1. I was about to mention this, and then just slightly improving his position slowly, little by little. I'm not gonna be surprised after this, if there is no threat happening on the board, he's gonna play a move like h3, king h2, something like that, because I mean those little moves could actually be useful later in the game, because also you're posing some attack here. Let's say you play h3, and then there is e6, and then this bishop on f5 will be doomed, because g4 is going to just trap the bishop right away on f5. So you have to be careful on not doing such a thing. Alright, rook c1 is on the board, and time situation, looks like Giovanna here has been burning quite some time on the clock, trying to decide the best moves for this opening. It is not easy because we can see that from 11 moves already played, they haven't traded any single pieces or pawns yet. So it is always quite a challenge for black here to develop the pieces, because as for white, having this double fianchetto type of variation, English slash Reti, they're kind of like siblings in this variation. It looks like white is very easy to play out. I mean, rook c1 comes automatic. And also, if you are a bit worried of what should white play next, there's h3. Sorry, not this bishop, but the pawn. And probably you can also throw in rook e1, because you might want to play e4 at some point of the game too. Like, there's so many moves that doesn't require so much calculation and thinking for white here. But on the contrary, for black, I think black has to already come up with something, because the opening stage has been cleared and they are now entering the middle game. And while in the middle game, everything is going to up for grabs, you have to show your best chess in order to trick your opponents. It could be positional play, it could be tactical play, it could be the combination of those both. So here I think we are also going to see like a very instructive game. I have no idea what's the outcome yet, but I'm just going to look forward to all the moves in this game. And while we are here at this camera, let's take a look at the board next to it, because apparently here Sheila has also been burning some time in the clock. Oh, this type of Sicilian e4 c5 knight f3 d6. So she played another knight off here with bishop g5 variation, knight bd7, and bishop c4. h6 takes e6 and castle, long castle. So it feels like black is a bit slow, to be honest, like with the development. And yeah, you can see from the position that white already has at least 4 pieces out. Maybe you can count the rook on d1 as well, so it's the 5th piece. And white is already castled, so white is well off in the development, like really advanced in the development, while black is still struggling to, first of all, where to move the bishops, and secondly, where to castle the king. If you castle it short, I mean, white is ready to do anything. Like if you castle it in the short side, the pawn on h6 will create some disaster moments, because, well, this is the thing when you have already a pawn moved around your king, because a confrontation on the g5 square is inevitable. So let's say I'm just going to showcase the idea of bishop e7, and then you're trying to play the short side castle. Probably in this position, okay, there's some moves. There are totally a few moves here that if you're starting to get ready of the attack on the king side, psychologically, it might discourage your opponent to do the long castle. So probably here, what I would do if I were white is I would wait. But I would also try to improve my position. What I mean is the move like king b1. I'm putting the king into, I think, relatively a safer square, but also I'm waiting. Okay, what are you gonna do as black in this position? If you're trying to do this, then I can start my attack. I can start with h3 g4, or actually rook g1 g4, maybe rook g1, so that I can play g4 h4 and then g5. Yeah, having the pawn here is again a concession. It would have been better for black here if the pawn was on h7, so that any sort of ideas like all the pawn storm like that can actually be delayed to attack, and in the meantime, black can also try to attack on the queen side. Here, to attack on the queen side for black is a little bit tricky, because let's say the bishop is on e7 and king b1. Whenever you have b5 in this position, the knight can always jump to c6. So probably after castle here, if you want to wait again queen c7 or queen f5. I'm not sure about queen f5, but maybe it's also fine. Queen c7 or queen f5 should be quite a versatile move to wait, because you also want to attack. You just don't want to defend. This is Sicilian. And as black player, you also want to attack, especially now you have a pair of bishops. I don't know how much of an advantage having a pair of bishops in this position, because white has quite a lead in the development, but that should count for something. But here, Sheila decided to play queen f5, and presumably she's preparing for this truss, b5, b4, and then get this pawn. Or okay, after b5, probably the bishop will go to b3, so the pawn will not be lost. But something is wrong. Something is wrong in this position. I don't know what to make of it. Probably in this position, yeah, probably you should play e5 then. e6 looks or feels a bit slow. Like if e5, where does the knight go? Probably f3, and then here you can play bishop e7. Oh, we'll continue here, but let's go to the second board, because I just see it from the corner of my eyes that the grandmasters here, they shook hands, and I think they agree for a draw. So let's see. So after ed4, here Frodo Urkadal decided to play d6 and king g6 and bishop d3, and there you go. We have repetition of the checks, and they agreed to a draw here. Yeah, objectively white should be a bit better, but probably white didn't want to take a risk, because he's not prepared against this preparation, against this opening, and yeah, just didn't want to take a risk. Maybe let's see what does the computer say after king g6. So after king g6, in this position, or yeah, white is just slightly better. Bishop this 3 here, and then actually this is a 0.6 position. This is a 0.6 position for white. If only white played d takes c7, queen takes c7, and castle. Okay, yeah, but without any preparation beforehand, it could be quite scary to play out this position, because you're not sure what your opponent might have in their preparation. Okay, so probably bishop d6 here. Yeah, h3, a6, things like that. Yeah, I can understand. Also, it's probably a wise decision too, because you're starting to yeah, because things are getting quite drained for all the players, and one quick game like that should be saving their energy for the remaining 3 rounds. Okay, I want to get back to the third board here, just to see if their preparation has been well off according to the correspondence game. But here after rook d1, apparently Marius is still thinking, and he has been thinking so long, probably for 23 minutes already. or close to 25 minutes because he's been gaining so much time on the clock for blitzing out all those moves. But here on the camera, do I see some gesture that he's gonna start moving or maybe not? But yeah, good news for him is even though the correspondent game said this is the best move here, but I think this position is pretty equalish. So let's see if he's going to come up with his own move or if he still copies what happened in that correspondent games that we saw before. And let's go back to Sheila's game because here after queen f5 f4, yes, this is probably a very automatic move. Yeah, you don't know where your opponent's king is going to castle. It's still in the center because well, the development of black's pieces are not ready yet, so you're already preparing for the attack as well, so it's fine. All right, I have two special guests actually, and I'm going to set up my stream for now. I'll be back after the break. There you go. And we have Hammer and Urkedal in the studio. So let's get to this analysis without Cam, and then they will take over my stream and then talk about their games. So let's go here and then start from beginning. Let's do it.
Frodo has started playing pawn to e4. He never did this before, did you?
Not well, sometimes, but not a lot. So.
But I saw you've been playing it a bit recently, and you got 100% score in like 8 games.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I don't think so.
It was unbelievable. But anyway, so I'm going e5. That's my go-to against good players.
I thought, okay, you wouldn't go c5 against me and c6, probably not. So I expected like a Berlin.
Yeah,
that's what I expected. So
and that is what I was planning.
Like.
Well, also I saw you spent one Berlin idea against Yoiva.
Yeah, exactly.
So I looked a little bit at that.
Yeah, it's not really anything for white, but it's interesting.
But you were very combative today. You went bishop c4 and knight g5.
I thought you would be afraid of knight g5, but you played knight f6 so quickly. So I thought maybe.
But I always play knight f6.
No, you have like one bishop c5 game or something.
Okay.
Or like 2, but you usually play knight f6. But I thought, okay, I have some ideas in knight g5, so maybe you would be a little bit scared, but. Apparently, you had that.
No, and you know the thing is, I have like my best idea ever in this line. So I was like, I went knight f6, and I was like, please go knight g5, please go knight g5, please go knight g5.
Yeah, that was the only reason I played bishop c4.
But then I don't understand what were you intending if bishop c5.
I would play c3 d4.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And just make a draw?
No, how's that a draw? Like, it's not that simple.
Which variation are you thinking?
Knight f6, d4, ed, e5.
Okay.
E5, of course.
Ah,
E5.
E5.
Yeah,
Okay.
you had one game and you played F5, like D5, Bishop B5, Knight E4, CD, Bishop B6.
Oh yeah, no, this I vaguely remember being popular at some point.
Yeah, no, this is actually quite popular.
Yeah, because you're way more up to date than me, aren't you?
Maybe, I don't know. Apparently, apparently not. You are from the future. So.
Well, I mean, my idea was world class. No one would be able to withstand that.
I was like, okay, did you forget to play B5?
So knight f6, knight g5, super interesting, immediate attack. And the reason, so I found this idea, I want to say like a year ago or something. And during the Norway chess tournament, I spent a lot of time putting it together because I'm gonna try and make this into a chessable course.
Okay.
Because I think this knight to g5, like intermediate players, they really need to have a good way of dealing with the immediate attack to f7. So when I found an idea in this line, I was like, Eureka, this is like chessable gold. Because everyone wants to know how to defend against this. And I genuinely think this idea is super, super good.
Do you think they will be able to play this idea because it's a bit crazy?
It's a bit crazy, but you know, people like crazy. What
Yeah, some people.
the worst advertisement for my future course is the fact that you showed everyone that you can just force a draw in the opening.
Yeah, like I was not planning to force a draw, but then I can find anything better. So,
Yeah.
or-
Okay, so takes, and here knight a5 is the kind of normal move. But the thing about this line, and which like there are some interesting things to this, but like black voluntarily puts their knight on the edge of the board. You voluntarily give yourself split
He's already
pawns.
selling the chessable course.
No, but I'm just saying I played like this before as black.
Yeah, it's
And
pretty
it just
decent.
it's decent for black, sure, but it's also decent for white. And it's like if something goes wrong for black, it goes very, very wrong because
Yeah,
you're
it
down a
can
pawn and your
go-
pawn structure is completely ruined.
If Hammer did that further, what would you do? Like Bishop D3 here?
Yeah, Bishop D3. Or I was considering Bishop B2 as well, and not
Bishop
H3.
D2.
But
Yeah, well,
like, Bishop
both
D3
are
is the
good.
popular.
Yeah.
But it's crazy complicated if black goes for the main line.
Yeah.
So I might have played. I was not planning to go for main line. I can show you.
You don't need
No,
to.
I can show since you showed me stuff. So
Well, I haven't showed you anything yet.
well, you said you would, so I trust you. So I would okay. I could go knight f3. I played this with black as well, but I was considering
H4,
going
yeah,
h4.
H4.
So
Are you
this
gonna
was
make this draw that Queen H5, Queen F6?
no. I was
He's half a point behind. Why are you
Yeah.
always on about
I'm,
making draws?
like I was very tired, but I think I would have played what everybody plays like this and b3. So
Oh, in B3, okay.
yeah. So okay, it's still like a forced draw, but yeah. Okay, you can go queen e7, but something like this, right? B3.
Yeah, I don't actually know this.
So you can also, I think we had a game here in the tournament with knight
Yeah.
h7, which is also pretty interesting. Actually,
yeah,
black.
that one I saw.
Actually, black went here, but takes is
Takes
the
in
main line.
G6, yeah?
Yeah, or you have some bishop b7 or knight f4 or something as well, I think. At some point. Yeah, I wasn't going for knight h7, so knight e4 and b3 and long castle stuff, and black sacrifices a pawn, and there's
Well, black already sacrificed a pawn.
yeah,
So another pawn.
No, actually, well, black can go some a5, a4, and sacrifice another pawn, but there is repetition of moves here.
You know, Philip, before the game, I kind of I was looking at your games. You've been playing very, very well lately. But I'm starting because I
sometimes.
know you from way back, right? And you have always played your openings so directly, right? Because you love analyzing with the engine and you love going for the attacking stuff.
Yeah,
But
sometimes. yeah.
I think most of the time, but I'll let that be my opinion. But I was looking at your recent game and like positionally, you're playing so well.
Yeah, I agree.
So I mean, maybe you can hone your openings a bit more towards the calmer areas, even though
Yeah,
you really
like
enjoy
like
the,
with black,
play.
I do that, but with white, I feel like okay, like this game, I thought okay, I'm really tired. I need something direct, so that I don't need to think.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I was considering going d4, but
Yeah, no, because kind of direct is what I expect from you, because it's like,
yeah,
yeah, it's also what I'm the most scared of, obviously.
yeah, that's also what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 95, this, and 94. Okay, this is a very uncommon line, or maybe not very uncommon, but quite uncommon.
Yeah,
I would say.
it's quite popular at a low level.
Yes.
Because of the trap. If you go d6, queen takes. There's a lot of YouTube videos recommending this for black, because after knight takes f7, you have this double attack on the bishop and on the pawn.
Yeah.
And if white takes the rook, you don't even take the bishop. You just you take the pawn. Rook is under attack. Rook has to move. Check on the king. Needs to be protected, and then there's this cute little checkmate. So there's quite a few YouTube videos recommending this for like very low level players, and that's like, it's a nice trap and everything, and it does catch a lot of people.
And it will also be in your course, yeah.
Of
yeah.
course, it will always also be in
Selling
my
it,
course. No, but it's like, it's part of the greatness, right? Because you have this already incredible established trap that is very kind of, white has been so focused on the attack against f7, so many people go d6 to reopen that attack.
Yeah, so when will this card be on chessable?
Well, judging from my previous experience with my work rate, I would guess a very long time. But it's in the works.
Okay.
And I did a lot of work on it for Norway Chess,
and
which
you
is why I had it.
And you have
fresh
copy
in my
marked
mind.
this ending.
I mean, yeah, I wish. Well, I'm staking my claim now. This is my idea. And the idea hasn't even come up yet, right? Because after c3, all of this is known from before, and black plays some b5, and it's ridiculous. And once again, you're weakening your pawn structure and so on. So the real thing here is this h6 move. That's the idea. That's
Yeah, like for 1 second I thought you were stupid or something because you can play b5 and then h6 or something.
Oh, really?
Or maybe I don't remember actually, because I know this line is just bad with, or maybe not super bad, but it's a little bit sketchy for black.
The second main line of the low level games is like knight f5 here.
Yeah.
Oh, knight f5?
Yeah, instead of
It's
h6.
not very good.
Knight f5 looks bad.
On the Lichess master database, h6 was like the third or fourth biggest line.
Yeah,
Because
this
it
is-
has been played before,
It hasn't
but
been
not
played
by
before.
someone who intentionally knew it to be a good
Yeah.
move.
yeah. So this is like the usually what black plays. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I was expecting this, and then h6, and I was like, what? What is this? I can take on d4 and take on e5, or I can take on f7, and I actually thought maybe after knight takes f7 you would go some queen e7 or something, and I don't know, like I was like very surprised that you could just take with the king, but the more I looked, yeah, I don't know. I was considering going this.
Yeah. No, well, the thing is, if you allow me to take on g5, you open up for the rook, and I get an outpost on d5, right? You can't really challenge d5 very
Yeah,
convincingly.
looked very simple for black to play.
Yeah.
Like
No,
I thought this okay, best case I'm slightly better, but
I think the
I have no
computer
idea.
prefers this, but it doesn't make sense to me from a human perspective, because it really enhances the activity of black's pieces.
yeah, no, I thought this okay, maybe I'm slightly better, but it's nothing special. I thought or
Well, and also it's scary knowing that.
I know you have looked at this with a computer, like you have nerded this probably for a month or something. So
Actually, the idea is so good. It only took me, a couple of days.
only to okay. So why should I buy your course then if it will
No,
only
it-
take me a couple of days?
Well, I mean, the course would not be for you, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And when
I
is
will
it going to be
probably
released?
maybe I will buy it
Well,
anyways.
you don't need to buy it because I'm gonna tell you.
You're gonna tell me. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, and this, and I thought, okay, this should be good for white, and I don't know what to play. I thought castles or Like d3, maybe you can even play bishop b4 and rook e8.
Yeah, that seems a bit sketchy, no?
Yeah, so I was thinking of castling, but then bishop d6, and I don't know.
Well, your bishop gets somewhat out
yeah,
of play,
it's,
right?
it's pretty stupid.
Your problem here is always that the pawn in the center is completely blocking your own bishop out of the game.
Yeah, and my other pieces.
Yeah, these guys are longing to get involved. And so while you're developing your pieces, I'm going to have time to potentially start an attack here with my bishops facing your king.
Yeah, I thought maybe this would be good for white, but knight f3, bishop g4 is very annoying. So
Yeah, so I couldn't fully remember the move here. I think it's king g8, which
Yeah.
doesn't really...
No, it makes sense. Just king
Yeah.
out of the way, and knight f3, bishop g4.
Well, knight f3 loses,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Bishop g4, and if,
and this is game over.
yeah, and if I go like this, you will just take, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this I didn't really calculate it because I just thought this looked really bad. So I wasn't sure what to do in a position like this.
Yeah, you have to go h3.
Yeah, h3 first,
And then here I go queen d7.
Oh, queen d7.
Yeah. It's very
Yeah,
cool.
like this.
Yeah,
Or maybe B5.
via f5 to h5 and
Ah,
b5
okay.
included.
Okay,
So
yeah.
my main line goes queen d7, knight to f3, b5, bishop here, and
Bishop
for some
B7.
reason computer likes a5. So I'm inserting
almost
a5
like-
a4.
So
then
it's
I
almost
go
like a Marshall, yeah.
I go queen f5.
Mm-hmm.
You take. I go queen h5.
I can never take on d4 because...
And then there's something like this.
And is it going to be on your course as well, that position?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And if I take on d4, you go queen g6 or
Queen
something?
e5.
Queen e5. And
What?
after knight
So
f3?
queen e5, knight f3, queen h5.
Oh.
Transposes.
Okay.
Kinda.
Okay, this is some
'Cause
strange
now
stuff.
bishop takes h3. It's very well. It's impossible to prevent. And if you try knight d4 again, I have bishop g4.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I didn't think so that far. I thought, okay, this looks dangerous.
Yeah, no, it sounded like you were.
I think the whole idea in
were
that
just
position
tired.
was that the light square bishop is out of play, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you're...
And that's why d6 through the play makes so much sense, right?
Yeah.
Because it activates the bishop. So d6 king g6, and here I was kind of just praying, don't make the draw. Come on, you're half a point behind. But I think, and I was telling Phil did this after the game, I think making the draw here is brilliant. Because I think if you play on, number one, I think the position is objectively okay for black. And number two, like you're down 30 minutes on the clock, and I got computer moves for another 5-6.
Yeah,
moves.
I thought, okay, I know that you wouldn't play this unless you thought it was at least okay. It's not going to be +1 for white, for sure. So,
Yeah, ruined by my reputation. I only play
So king
objectively
e8
good
is
stuff.
bad, yeah?
What?
King e8 instead of king g6.
yeah, just queen e2 check
Yes,
and resigns.
And resigns.
Yeah, so black has to go king g6. So, yeah, king e8.
So
This is
if you
just
want
game over.
to,
Yeah, so I thought about queen c2 check. But
Yeah.
then bishop f5,
yeah,
right?
this is very sketchy.
This, and I also
Yeah.
thought you could go even something
yeah,
like that.
maybe.
Even something like this.
Yeah,
And okay, I thought about king d1, but then
king
maybe-
d1 loses.
yeah, knight e4, right?
No, I'm just gonna take and go queen e4. But
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
it's very good.
But
for
I thought this is too dangerous.
Yeah.
Like
Here, I didn't recall what was the move, but I know it's okay for black, or maybe even better.
maybe I should have played on there.
But you had another 30 minutes to figure it out, yeah?
I would be fine.
Yeah,
yes.
you'll be fine.
I think I'm just taking and going queen e4.
Queen b5, yeah. I thought queen b5. Because something like this, you're threatening like a6, a6 b5. So I thought knight a3 maybe, but
Oh, that's interesting. So you don't think you can take on?
I thought a6, and I thought even if you just take back the pawn, you have a lot of compensation, and
Yeah.
if this comes to a3, you take with the bishop. So I thought, okay, maybe this could be slightly better for white if I get my pieces out.
Yeah.
But okay, it's
Well,
it could go horribly wrong
as
as
I
well.
recall, Queen C2 was already a bit better for black.
Yeah, very possible. So
So I don't remember really how.
And what else?
But you can take on C7 here.
Yeah, you go queen e8 or
Queen E7.
queen e7. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe you would go queen e8 and some bishop out or queen e7 check.
Okay.
You just gonna take or
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the main line here is, well, now if you go D3, there's B5, if you can put it on the board.
Yep. That looks
That's a problem.
that's a big problem.
And that's one of the benefits of luring the queen to E2.
That's true.
But the main thing is that now after castles, bishop D6, I'm attacking on H2.
Yeah.
And if you go H3, now rook to E8.
At least looks very dangerous.
And this is why I'm luring the queen to E2.
Yeah.
And there's a funny line here. Because in order now to keep the protection of the bishop, you actually have to go bishop
that
D3.
looks
But that,
sketchy.
yeah, it's kind of not great because it's further preventing the bishop from getting into the game. And here, queen D1 you can play, and it's like very interesting. Black has tremendous compensation. But if you go queen F3, black wins instantly after G5.
Yeah, extremely instant. Yeah.
Yeah, well, not super instant maybe, but it's
looks scary.
definitely winning.
So bishop f5 now.
Bishop F5, I think there's some... I don't remember the order in which you should play the moves, but it's some G4, bishop takes F5, rook E5.
Yeah.
Maybe first trade
looks scary.
bishops. So something like trade bishops,
Yeah,
then
rook E5.
G4,
Maybe
and if you take this one, I can go like...
Yeah, looks
I mean, I'm
scary.
coordinating all my pieces very, very convincingly.
Yeah, my pieces are a bit stupid. Or very stupid.
They're not leaving a great impression.
No.
So this is some of the danger, right? So I thought maybe you'll get me to play queen e7, and the thing is here, even after queen to c7, now that you realize the rook is coming to attack your queen.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah, but the problem is
oh
even here you have
okay, I didn't see that.
yeah.
Yeah, but
So you don't have to take the draw immediately.
I thought you had some other moves like
Yeah.
queen e8 or something could be dangerous as well.
Okay.
So
What's the idea? Queen e8, queen e2, bishop somewhere?
Yeah, I thought okay, maybe you can go out with this bishop, or maybe you can.
Oh, both bishops can move, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Like I thought, even something like this.
Yeah.
Castles. Okay, that should be probably better for white though. But I don't know, bishop g4 or something. I have to go f3, bishop f5. If I
F3 doesn't necessarily have to be a bad move, though.
No.
If you put it on the...
no, it doesn't need to be a bad
Because
move.
if it helps you establish your knight on the e4 square.
Yeah, but I thought maybe like something like this.
Yeah.
Okay, now I can perhaps take king f2, but then d3.
It's a bit awkward.
Yeah, it's a bit
wanna,
awkward.
You want to go d3 here, surely.
Maybe it works, but yeah, like I don't know what can happen.
There's a lot of things to be scared of, and you have no idea where it's going.
Exactly. So the computer can give like a crazy move that looks ridiculous, and suddenly it's
No,
winning.
but I swear to you, like,
Yeah.
black is fine everywhere.
Yeah. So I thought, okay, I'll give a check and hope for bishop f5. No.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was fine having my king on g6, but moving it out to f5 is a bit much.
Yeah.
Although I did tell Frode that yesterday I was intending king g5 at some point.
Yeah, that was
With the queen still on the board.
that was a
Which,
bit
by the way, computer top choice.
it's the top choice.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you checked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know what to do. I could.
No, I think making the draw is kind of like sad thing to do with the white pieces when you're half a point
Yeah,
behind.
I don't want to make the draw, but,
But
You
I
surprised
think
him,
it's the
yeah?
best thing to do.
Yeah, you surprised him. I think that's the biggest element of this.
yeah, but
Well,
it's,
but also it's so good. No, but like seriously,
Yeah.
this is like one
Yeah,
of
you
the
should buy
best
the course.
novelties.
I will. I will
Yeah.
buy
One of the
course.
best novelties I've ever found.
And it took you how many days?
Well, I mean, it's just about finding the idea, right? And then you spend some days kind of hashing over the details. But I think it's a really good idea.
yeah. And
8-6, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just thought risk was too big to continue the
Yeah.
game because I have no idea what you're. I have no idea about this position. Unless, I can think, but versus a computer, it's really hard. Yeah. So, yeah, of course, I don't want to make the draw. But,
Yeah, I don't want you to make the draw either. But
yeah,
here we are.
Okay.
yeah, sadly.
All right. Last thought. Who do you think will win this first edition of the Lichess Legends?
Me, of
at
course.
3 rounds to go, so you have to make 3 out of 3.
Yeah, easy. But okay, this game was interesting though. Can we take a look?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, sure.
So, like,
Let me just quickly change
Oh.
the scene because it's fine. It's fine. It's
Oh,
fine. All
yeah.
good. All good. Okay.
yeah. So here, black offered a draw, and
Oh.
white.
There was a draw offer.
Yeah. White offered a draw, and white was.
In this-
White offered a draw.
No, black offered a draw.
Yeah,
After
no,
black
C6,
offered a draw.
right?
What,
Black offered a draw, and
Like-
white's was like, I think I will play. I think we should play.
Wow.
that's incredibly disrespectful.
And then,
And Kainan even has some idea, right?
yeah. So,
So normally you go bishop c4.
Yeah, of
and
course.
it's kind of drawish.
yeah, of course he will not play for a draw. So it was a bit strange, this draw offer. But again, it's this position is known to be quite drawish. So
Sure, but it's like it's still supposed to be unpleasant, and he's half a point. Actually, he's a full point ahead.
he is.
well,
Oh, yeah.
ahead of Kainan.
Ah, okay.
It's a full
Yeah.
point
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, of course he
he's
will-
lower rated with the black pieces. You don't offer.
Yeah,
a draw there.
it's very strange to offer a draw, and then white castles and black things for 40 minutes.
Or
It's a controversial decision though. To castle, right? Because now the pawn in the center
Yeah.
is going to be a big weakness.
But it could
Or
be
a
a
big
big
strength,
strength. And the
yeah.
knight is coming to c4, and it's I think it's unpleasant at least. Yeah, I have no idea. B6 looks strange, but bishop b7, I guess. But yeah, it feels of interest to play e4 and take on b2. Knight is coming to c4, d6.
Well, I mean, if you were going to do that, you weren't going to play h6, I assume, right? Maybe you need to do that because you need to have access to the d8 square
Yeah, maybe.
for the rook. Yeah, no, it's an interesting game.
Yeah, and now white is thinking.
I think Kainanen should have good chances to win, and then I'll play Kainanen tomorrow. So
Yeah, like rook c1 here, maybe.
then we're going to be a big group on the
Of
same
fear.
amount of points. Should be an exciting finish.
yeah.
Yep.
Also, I would like to show you this board. They've been
Yeah, they played so
following a
quickly.
correspondent game.
Oh, really?
It was a correspondent game, and turns out both of these players knew it until move 24, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually 26.
Yeah.
All the way until move 26 is a correspondent game.
Okay. Yeah, because both players play the Khan.
Yep.
And Elam has played.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
Elham plays this as black.
Yeah.
Ah, that explains it.
Yeah, partially.
Yeah,
at the
both
very
with white
least.
and black. So, okay. But this is a bit. Oh,
I
okay.
don't know. To me, it looked pretty nice for black, but then Elham's reaction was quite convincing, I thought.
Okay, so white is up a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So white is up pawn. Is this okay for black? No.
I mean, I would think
Maybe.
so.
You think so?
like what are
But
you gonna
probably
do with the
what,
pawn?
I
what-
have-
what could be the idea? Maybe like rook f4, g4, g5, g4. What like?
Or like maybe even rook g5. I don't know.
Well, I mean, my instinct is just that when I have the bishop on the dark squares, I want to have all my pawns on the opposite square to my bishop, right? So I feel like I want to go f5 at some moment, just to reinforce my light square control. And in that regard, I think this rook to f5 is kind of weird.
What? Maybe there is some sacrifice. He wants to have queen d7. That's the point. So he wants to force the queen away from g4 and then get the queen to d7 and sacrifice on h3.
But like, if you wanted to do that, why not rook g5?
Yeah, that's a good question. But
So
I don't
rook
know.
f5, I think is very strange.
Okay.
So I
Queen-
guess he wants rook f4.
Yeah, he's threatening rook f4, so maybe it's not so strange after all. And then queen d7 and
And now he's going to go g5, g4.
yeah, or
And what about queen
maybe rook
g4
g5.
now? It might be a draw. Like queen g4, queen c7 again.
Yeah.
Well, I think you need to go. So a huge mistake white can make here is d5.
Okay.
And any time you go d5, then c5. And now suddenly this pawn is blocking
Yeah.
all your pieces.
And you also
on the
get the
same
e5
square.
squared, so he's never gonna go d5 though.
So in order to advance these queenside pawns, you can't really push the one furthest forward, right? So I think you have to go c4 at some point.
Does it help to play like a4 and open up the a file so that you can get entrance from the a file?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Because you have to take it with the a pawn, right? A4, a6, takes.
I don't know. I'm not sure you need to, because right now you got the
Yeah,
tempo.
you'll
Oh,
just
yeah, the
you'll
attack
just
on the
attack.
top
them,
The
I guess.
attack is
Yeah.
quite
Dangerous.
yeah. Well, I would guess rook f4 here,
Rook f4.
right?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe even rook g5 and take on h3, but I think the king runs.
Yeah, I don't see that working.
No.
But if you go rook f4
Queen
and then
e3.
g5, I guess you never g4 is not really that impressive because you can always go h4. There's something like rook f4, g5, and like even with I don't know what's going on here, but like even if black comes in a position to go g4, like something like this, it's not super convincing, right? And you can get the bishop back here.
You could quickly. I think you should not allow white to take on b5, unless you have something really direct. Like you should probably.
Well,
go
I
a6.
don't. I'm starting to think you shouldn't go g5. But if you shouldn't go g5, then you shouldn't go rook f5, and you should, because there's a discussion here whether black is trying to attack or whether black is trying to defend. Black is down a pawn,
Yeah, let's-
and he's trying to attack. But if the attack fails, then you're just losing. So, but because it's opposite colored bishops, there's an argument to be made that if he just sits there, white can't really make any progress. The problem
this
is
doesn't
white
really
can
work.
make
What
progress.
about queen h6?
Because white can try and push c4, c5.
But
Queen
queen
h6,
h6,
rook
just
e3,
rook
yeah.
e3. So I don't think this works.
Yeah, I don't think so too.
So if a4, maybe just a6. Just
And see.
I'm not sure I'm loving a4. The reason I think is because I want to go c4 in a moment where if takes, I'm able to. Okay, I'll recapture, but at some point I'll come back to this pawn.
Yeah.
Whereas if I already committed my pawn to
yeah,
to
I don't
a4,
really like a4 as well because the bishop is also undefended on b3. So maybe that will be important. And
that's a good
what do you
point.
really? I don't think you have time to go rook a6. Do you think so?
no.
Well, it looks a bit slow.
So if you look at something comparatively, like something like this,
Yeah, a5.
then a5, and these two pawns are being shut down by a single black pawn. And then you're not really...
Okay, at least d5 makes slightly more sense.
Well, but now after d5,
yeah, still it's not good. But
you can even take. c5 is good, but you can even take. So no, it's an interesting position. But I think Elham is going to win it. I think Doyer is. I think he's mistakenly believing that he's attacking, when maybe what he should do is just sit quietly and
Wait,
control
yeah, and control. Mhm.
control squares rather than spending a lot of time moving pieces around when ultimately if you end up going g5 g4 you're massively weakening your own position.
So what do you think LM will play though? It's
Well, c4, no?
C4. Okay. And you think he will take?
Well, I think he has to take because you cannot allow c5.
Yeah, C5, D5. You should probably take it. Yeah, it takes. But now, actually, it makes slightly more sense to go here because now bishop b4 check.
Is it
in some
making
lines.
sense to put the bishop to c7 so that you can play queen d6 just to
Yeah.
weaken?
Also
Okay.
makes sense. So like this.
But does it mean you have
Yeah,
queen
that's a good
e7
point.
here?
Queen e7.
Yeah, queen d7 kills that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the idea is good, but just doesn't work. But if I go rook g5, this, right?
Yeah.
And can I now sacrifice?
I wouldn't think so.
I think the king escapes. So something like this.
But there's bishop b4, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it works.
We
still.
create a new square for the king by moving the rook.
Yeah. Probably doesn't work. Although
But you
it's
can play rook,
He
rook
can go
g4 though.
a3 before c4.
You
But
can play rook g4 then.
rook g4 here.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so queen e8, you have queen h1 and
And
queen
rook
f.
e4.
Yeah, rook e4, queen f3. So actually, it's a little bit scary.
well, queen
Queen e3 though, yeah.
looks. But maybe queen g2.
But now bishop f1.
But
Yeah,
then
no,
d1
it's a
is
tricky
hanging.
position.
If queen e3, rook g1, queen g4, rook d1.
How? When?
Like, rook g1 now. And then queen g4. Ah, you play queen f3.
Yeah, I play queen f3. You never have the chance to like.
Right.
Yeah, so probably doesn't work. But maybe.
Oh, king f1, he played.
Oh, he played king f1. Anticipating some sacrifice, but
I really don't like this rook on f5.
okay, let's move it.
Yeah, but then probably you shouldn't have put it there to begin with.
Yeah, it's slightly awkward.
I'm
Okay.
gonna take off.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Summer and Frodo. Yeah. See you again, and good luck on the next rounds.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Theo Waite, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fishy Vishy. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done. surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. You know, it has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Hello, welcome back everyone. And that was Frodo and Hammer. Yeah, they were very kind of taking over my stream for quite some time there, talking about their game and also other games, and shared us their insights, their very important insights about the games, and see how they are thinking over the position. It's actually very impressive. Okay, so we're gonna get back to the first board here, the leader board. We have Kenan versus Korpa, because if you follow what Hammer and Frodo was talking about before, it looks like White is enjoying a good position, and there was apparently a draw offer. I'm at the studio. I wouldn't know if there was any such a such a draw over happening on the board, because we don't have the audio there. We only have the visual. We only have the cameras. So after C6, apparently here Korpa over the draw, and Kenanen decided to play on. And there you go. We have castle here, and then c takes d5, e takes d5 and h6. And after bishop e3, b6, and here he played a4. So White should have a pleasant position now, because of this pawn being in the center, and I think generally White has more development in the position. So Black has to be very careful here, not to let that pawn to be really something, because otherwise it's going to be, well, of course it's going to be interesting if Kenanen wins, and everyone will be in the same pool of points, and it's going to be interesting going to the last 3 rounds of the event. But let's hope for the best for all the players. And here a4 was just being played by Kenanen. And also the interesting part is here Kenanen has more than half an hour in the lead of the time. So he's been playing pretty fast here, leaving his opponent thinking quite for some time. And they're only on move 15 right now. They still have to make another 25 moves to go to the time control and get the additional 30 minutes. So let's go to this game again. So Hammer and Frodo were also analyzing this position, and after king f1 here we had a move. Marius Duer here played rook f h5. So if you remember, Hammer was saying that how he doesn't like the rook on f5. Apparently Marius took the advice, and then he moved the rook right away to h5. And yeah, the position is very solid, but it is very dangerous. Again, I love how we keep getting the examples of the opposite colored bishops here, because, well, White is up a pawn. White has to prove that this extra pawn could mean something in the game. And meanwhile, Black looks like is attacking the king. But it's also interesting to listen to Hammer's reaction, saying that maybe here Marius is thinking that he's attacking, but he's actually is not attacking. So we'll see. But for sure, this game has caught my attention since the earlier on, because, well, just the length of the preparation is so very impressive. And now they're already on their own. They are thinking of the moves by their own now on the board. And after rook f h5, what could be the idea that Black is trying to do here? Probably some sacrifice along this file, but also yeah, probably the move like f5 should come to mind as well, because you have a dark square bishop, and generally you would like to put all the pawns on the light square, and then you just sit and wait, because I don't think Black can do any sacrifice or anything in this position, because, well, White is very well defended. So although this one is interesting, I'd like to also circle around to all the top boards, because we have left them quite a while ago. And in this one, we finally saw a King's Indian position. Yes, it was coming from Ru Lopez, but this is totally King's Indian. I think we saw the position after castle here. Knight c3 was played, And h6, yeah, I think we talk about it because black is planning to play f5, so not allowing the knight to go to g5 and have an outpost on e6 because it's going to be very, very dangerous if it happens. And bishop d2 was what happened in the game, and after f5, b4, and then knight f6. So you should actually like the dynamic of this position where black is attacking the king right now, and white is trying to make a counterattack from the queen side. So whoever strikes first, he is going to be better. h5, c5, queen e8, and this is the current position. So yeah, so black will focus all his attention attacking the king side, because yes, you can see all the pieces, almost all the pieces except this rook is on the king side, and also this pawn will be very scary. This pawn storm is going to be very scary. But yeah, if white is very well defended and managed to counter strike on the queen side, then we're going to see such an exciting battle. It's going to be quite imbalanced, or maybe now it's balanced because materially speaking it's all the same. But I like the prospect of this game because it's going to be very exciting battle tactically and pretty much the attacking battle. And let's quickly take a look also on the ladies. Here on the fifth board, we have Boris Chotelbashev versus Jovana Eric. And I think we saw the position of the knight a6 here. And rook c1 happened. And rook c8, e3, yeah, all these little moves. h5, queen e2. White is trying slowly to develop all the pieces. And knight c7, put the knight now on a4 because it can go to b6 or c5. They'll look really nice on those squares. And knight g4. Trying to challenge this knight on e5. Yeah, this knight has been very strong in the center, and if you challenge it on d7, the pawn on d5 will be weak. So knight g4, I like the spirit of this move. Rook f d1, queen d6. Okay, so if you take it immediately, takes, this pawn is very protected by the bishop, and having the rook on the center like this is just going to add more pressure on the d5 pawn, and that's why after rook f d1, black kind of switches her mind and trying to play another plan. Queen d6. Now I don't really like black's position. It looks like it's a bit cramped. And after knight b6 here, rook c d8. Yeah, so white is playing with plenty of ideas while black is just trying to respond to white's ideas. And if it's going to play like this for the next few moves, I think white is somehow going to get some advantage out of this position. For example, this queen is kind of restricted at this moment. It can only go here and here, okay, possibly here, but I think you can get what I mean, that this queen looks like it's almost trapped. So yeah, so I think after rook c d8, what could be, to be honest, what could be the idea? Oh, you want to take this, so probably this is the direct attack, yeah? You would like to take the pawn on e5, like after takes, and bishop takes the pawn. So what should white do in this position? Because the position looks really, really nice for white here. A move like f4 comes to mind. Just you want to summon the knight strongly on the center like that. It is an idea. What else could be there? If we don't try to put the knight with an extra protection like f4, what should we do? Probably white is thinking to get this pawn. If takes this like this, and probably we can move the knight somehow to d3 and then to c5. That's probably very likely. Rook c8 is on the board, and yeah, probably it's still equal, but white is totally dominating because just take a look at the location of the pieces. It's more powerful. So let's get back to the sixth board. It's between Gretarsson versus Sheila Stanford. And we saw the position after Queen f5 here, where Gretarsson just played f4 and preparing for any potential attack on the center or on the king side. And here Queen h5. And of course, in such a position, as white, you wouldn't like to trade your queen. But it is a bit baffling me about this move. Queen h5 is really, really unusual. I almost never saw it in any night of games. It is a very original idea, I would say, but I don't like, because this type of position requires quick tempo to develop your pieces and try to come up with a plan to attack back, especially on the queen side where the king is. And the move like this, I think, for example, not only g4 was the idea, and in which we're going to get back to that move a bit later, because that is a pawn sacrifice that Gretarsson did, but also I think a simple move like Queen e1 here would suffice. I don't think white is in any trouble, but here Gretarsson made a very interesting response. He responded with g4, and again it is a pawn sacrifice, so queen takes. I think, yeah, in this position, whatever black does, black has to take the pawn on g4 anyway. You cannot afford of moving the queen again elsewhere, because you already moved it twice. You don't want to move it 3 times in a row. So here Sheila took the pawn on g4, in which queen d2 happened. So it is actually very interesting, because it could have happened without the pawn sacrifice. Imagine this position with queen d2. So I think what Gretarsson had in mind is he just wanted to have an additional idea of trapping the queen somehow. Having the queen on g4 is very vulnerable, because after queen d2 now, okay, at some point you want to open up this d file with the thrust of this e5 pawn, and also at the same time this bishop can come to e2 at any point, and the queen on g4 looks very misplaced. I think, yes, I think white can totally sacrifice that pawn without any trouble, and now the position looks just so nice. And now this rook is going to come into play as well. Having the file of g file open, rook h g1 is just going to happen sooner or later. So queen d2 already was played on the board, and here Sheila played bishop d7. So probably preparing for any sort of or anticipating any matching attack on d8 square. But bishop d7 is also looking a bit fragile here, because I'm sure Gretarsson is currently thinking the possibility of moving this pawn right now, because you want to weaken this bishop. The only piece apart from the king that is protecting the bishop is the knight, and if you just move the pawn like this and attacking the knight, what will black do? It is a bit it is a curious case for me on how black should continue this position, because everything looks kind of hanging and misplaced. So yeah, or also if white wants to do something else, obviously e5 is the main candidate move to think about in this position, or if not e5, what else can we be thinking in this one? Oh, a move like bishop e2 here, and probably queen here, rook g1 looks very interesting as well. If knight takes e4, you can just go with the queen like this, and white will win a piece at least, and maybe the queen has to be resorted back to h7, which looks very ugly there, and white can just continue the attack. So I think white is very comfortable with lots of good choices in this position. So let's go to who do we want to see? Let's go to Pia. I think I'd like to see how Pia is doing. Okay, where is Pia? Okay, Pia is on the other board. It is here. Okay, so Pia yesterday made a draw against Gretarsen. Let me see if I can have Pia on this on the camera. I have to find her. Okay, where is Pia? That is Juan Belen. No, where is Pia? Ah, there you go. That's Pia. Yes, we have Pia on the camera right now, and let's see what she is doing on her game. So d4, d5, c4, e6, and now we see a queen's gambit, and accept it. Okay, with c5 takes, d5. Oh, this is a very interesting variation that they're playing right now. g6 takes on c4, bishop g7, gives a check, knight d7 is blocking it. Wait, isn't white just better in this position, or am I wrong? Looks like white is just better because of the pawn structure. Ah, but hang on. Castle comes with an idea to f2. Oh, I was wondering why didn't Pia play knight f3 instead? Could she possibly miss this? So, yeah, because after knight g2 castle, and then you have to lose your pair of bishop, not pair of bishop, your other bishop, the one that is still left on the game, takes here, and now with these two pair of bishops, ooh, this is going to be dangerous. Like bishop comes here, attacking all this stuff, and pawns are still equal. Yeah. Probably knight f3 would have been better. Okay, let's check later. Rook a1, a5, and yeah, I like the dynamic of this bishop ladder, and also with two, not only the bishop but also probably after this a5, the rook will come to a7 and double it on the f file. So probably, I don't know, is black better in this position? Also, additionally, I think the idea is bishop a6 here. Yeah, this could happen. This could happen. So probably, here. I think knight f3 would have been better. Let's check it with the computer. Queen c2. But this is very hard. Okay, knight f3 is there. Queen c2, knight h3, and knight f3. Those three moves are the best moves and equally the same. Yeah, because after knight ge2 castle, and you have to castle, knight b6, queen b3. White is okay though. White is okay. After b6, rook a d1, and here a5. Okay, queen has to step back to b3. But this looks a bit messy with two knights versus two bishops. This is gonna be very dynamic too. Like if queen b3 and then bishop a6, what's gonna happen? Takes on b6 and queen e7. Man, that's so hard to find. Queen e7, you're just giving up a pawn like that? But black is still fine. It's just 0.3 position for white. Alright. That's interesting. But f5 is still on the board here, and they have similar time situation. Okay. Let's move to Juan, who is leading the senior section. I think he's 5 out of 5. So let me double check. I believe he is 5 out of 5. Yes. And perfect score. And now he is on the lead. And the second place is on 3.5, which he's currently playing with right now. So let's take a look where Huan is. And we can see how he is doing on. Okay, I already have his game on the screen, by the way. And now it's just a matter of finding him on the venue. I think he should be here. Yes, that's one. Playing with his usual hat. Okay, and let's take a look how he's doing in this game. D4 knight f6, c4 e6, knight c3 d5. So we see the queen's gambit exchange. Bishop g5 c6, and after e3 bishop d6. Bishop d3, castle. So everything is still within the theory. And after rook e8, now knight ge2 is kind of like the flexible move for white, because white is still trying to decide what sort of queen's gambit exchange that he would like to play, whether he would like to attack or he would like to kind of defend. But anyway, this knight g2 is signaling that the king can actually also castle on the long side, not only on the short side. So here Huan made the preparation because he's trying to discourage his opponent to castle on the long side, and he played a5. After a5, maybe white was still not sure. Oh, should I castle on the short side or long side? I better play h3 first, which probably sooner or later has to be played. And after knight a6 here, and this is another threat to the b4 square. White cannot afford losing this bishop to the knight. So here, white made another little move, but necessary. It's a3. And after b5, now white saying, okay, that's it. I'm not gonna castle on the long side because look at this pawn. If I'm castling on the long side, black is ready to attack. And just one move away from attacking, that is b4. And that's why after b5 here, white finally decided, okay, I'm gonna castle on the short side, where I think the king will be safer this way. And after castling on the short side like this, knight goes to c7 because the knight is already kind of like done its job. It's time for the knight to move back to the center. And knight c7 was played, and now e4. To be honest, I don't really like this move. It feels like this move is a bit too premature, because usually with this e4 thrust, you would like to prepare it. But again, I think white is behind in development. Especially black already has this pawn that sooner or later it's gonna be pushed either b4 or a4, depending on the how the situation and the position will be. But here e4, I think it's a bit premature, because after bishop e7, and if you push e5 and then knight d7, this pawn on the longer term ladder, it's gonna be quite a weakness. Especially this knight is ready to hop on to c6, and probably this knight is gonna be to b6, and after a4 you put the knight on c4. This is going to be a dream position in the queen's gambit exchange for black. So here, not to waste any tempo by playing bishop g3, let's say, because probably after bishop g3, what can be done in this position? Probably f6. Trying to hit this one, yeah, probably, or maybe something else, because it's also weakening the, it's weakening the light squares around the king. So maybe in this position, knight b6 should be coming quite automatic. But anyway, white decided to take the bishop on e7 like now, and queen takes e7, f4, trying to go push all these pawns and attack the king. But bishop a6 and knight g3 and b4, knight f5, queen f8. To be honest, I'm not sure whether those reactions are the best ones for black, because now it feels like white is playing his own initiative, and black is not doing anything to anticipate those initiatives. So knight e2, c5, knight d6, b3, queen b1. Okay, rook e6. I think white is Yeah, white doesn't have enough pieces to attack, probably. I mean, white is hoping for these 3 pawns to somehow dominate the center. And this looks like after rook e6 can actually can f5 can actually be played in this position. Probably there would be some positional sacrifice to be made. Like rook e6 is ready to take this knight. Probably that's it. f5 takes like this, and now queen takes. Probably this is something. Oh, also, hang on. After queen here, rook e6. Ah, I thought the bishop will be trapped by playing c4, but they didn't. There is still bishop f5. So rook e6, f5. I don't believe the rook has to go back. I think Juan is going to make a sacrifice anyway by taking the knight like this, and then takes this. And since now this knight is under attack, you just take it with the queen, and you play this variation, this line. And if bishop takes here, I think any takes is interesting except the knight. So probably queen takes here, and attacking this one and put the knight back to f6. Yeah, there's some compensation to it. I'm not sure whether it is enough, but it is going to be an interesting one. So I think earlier on, black should have done something that is more responsive, like after e4 here. Okay, if you take, I don't think you can take, yeah, because takes here, you're attacking this and queen c6 at the same time, so that's not probably, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. But what else? If not there, and bishop e7 was played, and e5. Yeah, unfortunately you cannot play knight e4, yeah, because after knight e4, bishop takes. I don't know how to take it back. It doesn't really matter, because then you just lose a pawn like this. So probably e4 is actually a good move. Yeah, maybe I underestimated it. So the knight went only move to d7, takes e7, queen takes, f4. Okay. f4, and here what happened? Bishop a6. Yeah, not sure how to deal in this position, because now with these 3 pawns, white looks very strong. But what happened was bishop a6 and knight g3 going to f5, and we cannot stop that. Okay, b4, trying to make some counter attack on the queen side, and knight f5, queen f8, and knight e2. I have a feeling that you have to trade this bishop, but here it's c5 and knight d6 and b3, and you cannot take that, because after you take it, there's c4, and you try to attack this and attack this at the same time, because if you pin, for example, like this, you still take it, takes, and then this is another capture and attacking the rook, so you cannot do that. So in this position, the queen has moved back to b1, and rook e6 is currently on the board. Yeah, I have a feeling that, yeah, black probably is going to sacrifice the exchange if f5 happened, but I think Terje Lund here has just played something else. Oh, he took the bishop on a6. So how to take this bishop back? Probably with the rook, because with the knight was just there. I think the rook is the way to go. Rook takes here, and what could he be thinking? And yeah, Juan just took it back with the rook. Okay, now Terry Loon has been thinking quite some time. He should come up with a plan after taking on a6 because such a move has to be paired up with something else too. Did he just take on c5? I think so. Yeah, he took on c5. So probably the most... Oh, that is actually interesting. If you take it back, then probably white will play some move like rook c1, attacking these. And the thing is, after rook c1, let's say, you cannot play rook c6 because of this. Or you can, but you have to sacrifice both of the rooks probably. Like takes here, and then takes here, and then, I mean, this is just GG. So, in this position, I think if rook c1 happens, then you should take this. And after takes this... Yeah, actually knight c5 just happened, so I'm waiting for rook c1 to be played out. Because if you play knight d4 immediately, then it's just a cue. It's the cue for the rook to sacrifice like this. But to be honest, I think white is better. Like, I don't see the compensation for this sacrifice. Oh, knight d4. So after knight takes c5, yeah, he chose this idea, knight d4 immediately, not rook c1, which is, I think, is also a good move. So you're asking your opponent the question, like, what do you do now? Your rook on e6 is under attack. Are you going to sacrifice it, or are you going to move it elsewhere? But having both knights in the center like that, and the position is kind of almost winning, to be honest, for white. White hasn't sacrificed anything. All the materials are still equal, and white is having a major advantage in the position. Okay, let's also take a look at other games. I think I'd like to see our friend here, Eric Rosen, playing against Peter Marcus Amath. So if I can have him on the stream, there you go. Yeah, he's playing on the fixed board, a designated board. So it doesn't matter how many points he has, he will play on that board. Because he has also a stream set up on his channel that is currently hosted by Jonathan Schranz. So shout out to the Vampire Chicken. And let's take a look. Ooh, Eric played knight f3 on the first move. That's news, because I think he has been playing all sort of ideas on the e4 or London, and now for a standard game he plays knight f3. Okay, let's see how this turns out. d5 and e3. Okay, I thought he's going to transpose it to London, but he approaches this game differently. E3, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e7. Okay, this can be quite serious opening actually, because it's a lot to juggle. Oh, before we go to Eric again, let's go to the first board here, because apparently they have a quick draw. Not a quick draw actually, it's a kind of a draw offer again. So apparently after a4, bishop a6, and bishop takes a6 was already on the board, and judging from the last move, probably white is offering the drawback. Because if you're tuning into this broadcast before, Hammer and Urkadal was here, and they said that there was a draw offer by black after move 11, c6, and white said, okay, I just want to play on, and the game goes like this. But apparently now after bishop a6, the last move of the game was bishop takes a6. So usually the last move means it's signaling that whoever made the last move, he is the one who offers the draw. So therefore, I think Korpa is still on the lead by half a point, because on the second place is Hammer, tailing behind with half a point, because before this round, Hammer is half a point behind, and Hammer already made a draw, and Korpa also made a draw. So yeah, so Korpa would still be our sole leader for the next round. All right, so we have 2 boards already finished on the first boards. So let's come back to Eric's game and finish our analysis there. We saw the position after bishop takes c4 here, and c5, and bishop b2. After knight c6, castles, and queen c2. b6, d4, wow. So d4 here is interesting because you let yourself to have an IQP, rook a d1 here, and oh, okay, not IQP yet. Maybe I call it too soon, because here Eric took it with the knight. And after queen c8, knight e2. Okay, this is a bit unusual. I don't understand the idea behind knight e2. Probably he's preparing to take this knight with the other knight. But yeah, okay, let's see. Let's just see how the game goes. Knight e2, knight b4, queen goes to b1, bishop e4. Yeah, this looks... Eric looks like he's losing control over this square. Like, that's why this move comes very unusual, because I've never seen it. Like, okay, in other games it might be okay, but in this position you're just allowing your opponent to improve the position little by little. But okay, knowing Eric, he either miss it or he might actually provoke his opponent to do something like this, because he'd like to have this queen on the corner of the board and getting some control over this diagonal. So we only know it if he's here in the studio later, when he finished the game. So after e5 here, a3, a takes d4, a takes b4, and this is the current position. Okay, this is dangerous. I don't know who's better. The d takes e3, can you take it, or can you just play f3? But probably, judging from the position, I like my 2 bishops. So whenever I have 2 bishops and they are very well protected and they are attacking, I like it. So probably this position is nice for white, because just take a look at these 2 bishops compared to these bishops. So white's bishops are, I think, more superior than black's bishop. But here, interestingly, Eric didn't take on e3. He played something else. He played knight g3, allowing this pawn to take this pawn and then having this position. Wow, okay. And that pawn sacrifice is very interesting, because I know Eric likes to attack, and I think the inclusion of taking this and this will only allow him to have more pieces on the board to attack the king. He doesn't care about having one less pawn on the board as long as he's attacking. But yeah, although it looks interesting, but we have to think about this objectively. So knight g3, it is a direct attack now, because you want to take this and take on g7. So what could be done in this position? I like taking, hang on, if I... Can I do something in this position or not? What about bishop here? I don't know, just to throw in some moves. Oh, maybe just rook here, actually. Yeah, this is ugly. There might be some discovery on the c file. So what else? If takes here, takes here. I think this is very natural to play. But then how to continue? Because now this rook might come to f6 and this bishop is hanging. Okay, let's move it to g6. This pawn is kind of hanging. If this attack doesn't succeed, that black is just better. But I will put us on a break soon, because we have a special guest again in the studio. Our leader of the tournament is here with us, so we're going to go over the game very shortly. I will just put us on the break for like 1 minute, and I'll be back very soon. Hello guys, and we are back, and I'm now with Benze. So yeah, congratulations for a draw, and you're still leading for another round, and tomorrow you're still half a point ahead of your rival. So I think we can quickly take a look at your game, although it's not long, but I think there's some things to talk about in this game. So you're playing against very strong Finnish grandmaster here, international master still, but he's in that grandmaster level already. So let's take a look from the start. So c4, knight f6. So
yes, I prepared the kings in the end.
You prepared the kings in the end. So did it work according to what you prepared here, bishop e2 variation?
Sometimes he plays h3 and then takes on e5, but I saw that he plays these exchange lines, which are equally.
Oh, okay. So this was also the line that you anticipated before?
Yes, a bit, because rook d8, bishop g5, rook e8. Yes, I looked at it a bit. I thought it's equal. And then knight takes cd.
So this
c6,
was still...
and I offered a draw here because I didn't know what his plans were.
Okay, but
this castle is new for me, and it's an interesting idea.
Okay, but was this still within your preparation, or did he surprise you with castle?
The castle was surprising. I think bishop c4 is the main move.
Bishop c4.
Maybe people play it more.
Okay.
And then I would take, and bishop takes a knight d7.
Okay.
And this is really equal. So.
And this knight goes to
b6 or c5,
to
depending
b6 or
on
c5,
white setup. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then bishop e6 and just exchange pieces.
I see. Bishop e6. Yeah. Just exchange pieces. Yeah. This looks quite equal, but it's Hammer and Orkadal was they were here, and then they were like, it's a bit surprising to see Kananen because he's like 1 point behind you already, but he's choosing this line, the exchange line in the King's Indian.
He had this castle idea. I think he analyzed it.
He analyzed
we
it,
talked about it after the game.
So he analyzed this castle.
He had this idea to play for a win, of course.
I see.
He refused the draw here.
And then you took this, and then
I
think you had quite...
I have to take.
Yeah, you thought for like 40 minutes here.
Yes. No, because you have to decide what to do after, but I didn't want to take immediately, but I think I have to take, because otherwise it's very hard to play.
Yeah, because otherwise how are you going to develop this knight and the bishop, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So you had to take,
so
and
take. And here, this was
H6.
A bit of a critical moment. He told me that H6 is the best move.
H6 was the best move.
Yes.
So according to his preparation also, I mean, you said that he's already explored this line, yeah? And then he said H6
he said
is
H6
the best move.
and then no one really played this. He said there are a few games, but even strong grandmasters.
Let me see actually if in the Lichess database we have... So, okay, Lichess database is not too updated yet, but yeah, so this idea is not that new then.
Yeah, my idea was the bishop is annoying on g5, and there's sometimes d6, bishop e7.
Okay.
But I mean, instead of h6, I think this is the critical moment.
Yeah, they were also talking, Hammer and Urkel, that instead of h6, probably, yeah, you have to do something around this
Yeah, so
area,
yeah.
so maybe b6 earlier. But what was your idea? Like, why did you decide to play h6 first and then b6? Why not b6 immediately?
Yes, because after b6, my main idea is to put the bishop on a6, but then at some point he has this idea to play d6 and bishop to e7. It's a bit annoying to me.
That's a bit annoying. And then you cannot really play
Yes.
f6 because you allow this to happen, yeah? Bishop
Yes.
c4, bishop d5, and then the rook is
So
lost.
it feels logical to
Yep.
force the bishop to e3 and then play b6 because where do you go with your bishop?
Yeah, understandable. Yeah, b6
Yeah.
and here...
I mean, instead of h6 there is also e4, but I didn't really want to go because he obviously looked at it. So I could take a
instead of
pawn, but,
b6 here, you mean
or
e4?
instead of h6 maybe. I can take a pawn on b2, but it seems weird.
But the knight will go to d4, right? Or
Yeah, but
where should
instead
the knight
of
go?
h6, I can go e4.
Oh,
One
instead of
more
h6.
earlier,
Okay, okay. On this position, okay.
Yes.
I see. Oh, yeah, he definitely look at it, yeah, because
Yes.
this is like the
It
critical
also
line.
seems a bit dangerous, I think, because I looked at it a bit, but knight d2, bishop takes b2, rook
Yeah.
b1.
You're behind in development,
And
but you
then-
have an extra pawn.
Yes, but the knight comes to c4 and it's annoying. Probably bishop,
bishop.
somewhere and then knight c4, bishop f8. But I didn't. I think he
Yeah.
has enough compensation at the very least.
I see. Yeah, so that's why here you decided to play h6. I
Yes,
think
this-
it's a very wise decision because if you're not really prepared on this line, you just
Yes.
go for like a most solid option.
Yes.
So bishop e3 was played, and
And
it's
b6,
time to move
yeah.
the pieces on the queen side here.
Yes, I mean,
b6.
I can solve it with bishop g4, bishop takes f3, but I think white has an edge there with the
Bishop g4
with
takes
the
f3.
double bishops. It's not a big edge, but it's a bit unpleasant.
Is it okay?
So,
Playing against two bishops is a bit
yes.
unpleasant, yeah. Okay, so
So then
b6,
b6.
a4.
A4
so
is kind of
he
like
thought-
principled.
he thought for quite some time here.
Yes.
So yeah, almost like 30 minutes for this move.
Yes, I also expected a4 here.
Mhm. And after bishop a6.
And here I expected, if he wants to play on, I expected bishop b5 here.
Oh, bishop b5. Yeah, this is interesting move. Bishop
And
b5.
we talked about it after the game, and he thought I would take and play knight d7, and he didn't like.
Take and then knight d7 and.
I didn't look at it at all because.
But this pawn is going to be quite
Yes.
weak until the end of the game, right?
But he said that knight f6 and the d5 pawn is hanging very quickly.
And there's
I
always
didn't-
e4 too, yeah.
Yes, e4 as well. Yes.
Yeah, I
Not
see.
that I look at it, it makes sense, but I didn't see this during the game.
But if he played bishop b5, you were ready to go to this variation, I guess. But I think
No,
there's
I
not much
think
left.
I would have chosen rook d8 maybe.
In this position, rook
Yes,
d8.
it's also possible.
Mhm.
I didn't see anything like
Rook
really
d8,
wrong.
rook d1,
And I can go back to bishop b7 if I want.
bishop e7.
I think white will go bishop c4,
Mhm.
and then I go back to bishop a6,
Mhm.
and your bishop is.
There's no
whatever they will
progress
do,
around
yeah.
this d phone,
Yes.
yeah? Okay. I see. So after a4, bishop a6 here,
And then he took and offered the draw. Yeah.
he took an offer draw
I
and you
thought a
accepted
bit,
it.
yeah, because maybe black is very slightly better. but-
So knight a6 and how to continue this? Yeah, looks like white is
Yes,
just hoping for this pawn,
yes, I actually would have been interested in how he
but how
plays.
to play
but,
this out, yeah?
Yes,
But you don't want to take a risk.
Yes, it makes no sense to just take back, and if he plays one more good move, then offer the draw again.
Yeah. So actually, okay, let's take a look. It's a 0-0.
I would
slightly.
expect a5, yeah, but
Well, I think it's a fair result for you today, and I mean, it's rather a quicker game than what you had yesterday. And yesterday you had such a good game against Frodo Urkadal too. Like I really like the sacrifice bishop takes h6, queen f4. Yeah, so I think you are really in a good form. So all the best for the last 3 rounds. And
thank
yeah,
you.
we'll be watching for sure. Who do you think you're going to play on the next round?
I have no idea.
You have no idea, yeah? Yeah, you already played.
I didn't even look at the games today, so.
Yeah, you already played most of the top grandmasters, but yeah, the third board and the fourth board, maybe one of them, the
Yes.
winners, will play against you. So, well, thank you. I will let you go, and
Thank you.
we'll put the stream on the break for a bit.
Theo Waite, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess. And I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work on the Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fishy Vishy. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Hello, welcome back everyone. Yeah, so let's finish our thought on this game first before we move on to or circle back to the top boards because yeah, we just had our leader of the tournament, Bensei Korpa, and he was sharing his thought about his game just now, and he's still leading for tomorrow's game by half a point ahead of the second placer. It's Hammer. So yeah, we were looking at this game before, Eric Rosen versus Peter Marcus Amud. And after the move d takes e3 here, actually Eric played one of the best moves. Okay, bishop a6 was actually the best of the best. And f3. Yeah, I like this f3 because I like to keep everything like together, and especially the pawn structure. I don't like to worsen it, and this pawn is going to be lost anyway after like a few moves. So although f3 was the best, Eric chose a more interesting continuation by playing knight g3. And after this, I thought bishop g6 would have been quite automatic. You have to keep this bishop on the board in order to go against this pair of bishop as well, like bishop g6, yeah, or takes on f2 first and then bishop g6. Yeah, this is actually what I had in mind, but his opponent didn't do that. His opponent played queen c6, and this takes on e4, but a subtle move like b5 is actually needed because you are saving this pawn with a tempo, because after that, when the queen moves away, then you can take on e4. But here, Eric took on e4, queen takes e4, and rook d e1, and his opponent is still thinking. Now I think Eric is also pressing a lot on the clock, because you can see the time situation here that Eric has 41 minutes and his opponent is down to 5 minutes with 21 moves to go for his opponent. So it's a very difficult position for black player now to play this out, because rook here, you want to take on e3, that's it. The only idea is you just want to take on e3 and get that pawn, and after white gets that pawn, white will be enjoying a very good position. And as we speak, he just moved the bishop to d6. And the thing is, in this position, if you take on f2, rook takes f2, this probably is fine, but I can understand why black rejected this idea, because it looks like white is over everywhere. Like the pieces are all ready to attack, the rooks, the bishop, and the queen. Even when the queen is in the corner of the board like this, the queen is actually standby to attack. So I can totally understand why he rejected this idea. He felt like he must counter something. So in this position, he played bishop d6, so hoping that there's some Greek sacrifice or something like that around here. But unfortunately, after rook takes e3, everything is very well defended in Eric's position. Then Greek sacrifice like this wouldn't happen. If you do this and then takes this, or king h1 is actually a better move, but even if you do this, check, and then king goes to h1 and then takes here, and then queen takes here, this is, and after bishop g7, that's it. I mean, even if this position happens, white is much better. So probably what white shouldn't miss is that after bishop h2 here, the king has to go to h1, and it is still now a direct double attack to the queen and to the bishop, and also to the knight over here. That, you know, at one of the lines here, you can just grab this knight, and if the queen goes to h4, you have rook h3 first. Everything is safe. So looks like Eric has been playing well in this game, and yeah, he just only has to take the pawn on e3. But of course, with lots of time on the clock right now, he's trying to double check everything, that whether or not rook takes e3 is working. But this is going to be interesting. Rook takes e3, and queen has to move, and yeah, let's say black is not going to sacrifice the bishop like this, and queen moves somewhere. Queen moves to f4, trying to mate in one by playing queen takes h2. But here, yeah, rook g3 is there. Even a move like g3, I also like it. You just stop everything on this diagonal, and then you pretty much not sacrificing any single pawns here in this position, and just enjoying the power of the pair of bishops. So that's why white is totally in control. Like white is in the driver's seat. And the fact that Eric is up, how many minutes on the clock? Like 35 minutes on the clock. It means something. Okay, black is in need of playing a move quickly here, because he's literally in time trouble. Where does the queen go? Okay, queen goes to f4 as we speak. And yeah, we already saw this position before. Queen f4, here g3 is okay, rook g3 is also okay, as long as you just don't blunder mate in one. I'm not too sure about bishop e5, although to be honest, it looks fine. It's not gonna hurt the position so much, but white is better here, so white shouldn't really exchange the pieces like that. White should keep more pieces on the board in order to keep attacking. I like rook g3 a lot because you are now attacking this f6, because white is going to take this f6 and it is a piece up for white. So black has to do something about it. And also the thing is, if knight goes somewhere like here or here, the bishop can take on g7. So it is a hard position for black to play, and especially with such time situation. Okay, so let's move back to the third board, to the top boards. And here we have Amar Elham versus Dior Marius. And we've seen this dancing within the rooks and the queens for quite some time now. And I don't think there's any major improvement made in the position. White is still up a pawn, and the position is still in the kind of the thematic opposite colored bishop, but white is still not having any breakthrough yet on how to convert this one pawn advantage into a bigger advantage. So I think we saw the position after king f1 here, where after king f1, black played rook fh5, bishop c2 and a5. So I think the idea of bishop c2 is white wants to play b4, and everything is kind of restricted there on the queen side. And after b4, probably the bishop will move back to b3, and then you play a3, and then you play c4, trying to do something like that. And here f5, so getting ready of this b4, and queen d3, and bishop c7, rook de1, bishop d6. So I think Marius is doing what needs to be done. He shouldn't initiate anything, but instead he's just waiting. a3 and rook d8. So he's not making any major changes to the position. I think he's just waiting. Rook d8 and probably back to h8 and something like that. And on the way to wait on this position, he's also threatening for a move like c5. I don't know whether it is a good move for now, but it is an idea, because now the queen is protected. So, well, probably it's not a good idea actually, because you would like to keep all the pieces on the board, because after c5, bc5, and then you trade the queens, probably it's a better version for white. So, therefore, now the ball is in white's court. But also it's hard to play this position. Like, you have to come up with a concrete ideas, but it's really not easy to find the concrete ideas in this position. So I think a draw is, to be honest, a fair result if it happens in this game. Okay. Let's move on to the fourth board. We have Arnold Race versus Tor Frederick Carlsen. And what are we seeing? Looks very interesting. White has these 3 pawns on the queen side. Black has opened up the G and the H file. Again, who's striking first, he's going to be better. So I think we left it a while ago. Let me check. Where did we leave it? Somewhere F5 here. And then before knight F6, yeah, I think we saw this position. G5 coming, H5 coming, wow. And then Queen E8, yes. And knight D3, Queen G6. Yeah, I think white is playing according to the principle of this type of attack, and so is black. So this is interesting. King H1, Rook F7, Bishop here. And then, oh, the bishop is getting ready, if anything, like G3, and maybe at some point you can put it on H4. So Rook G7, B5, H4. Is it possible to take? Probably not. What's going on? If bishop takes H4, oh, this is actually what happened. Bishop G5 and then takes, and then F takes G4, knight takes G4 and Rook F3. So black is sacrificing a pawn here, but what does black get in return for the pawn? Yeah, what does black get in return? I mean, there's no matching attack yet on the king, especially on H2. Okay, the knight can actually go to E3 at some point. Just trying to get this rook somehow into the attack, like possibly to H8 if possible, of course. But it's gonna be taking black some time to do that, like a few tempi. Rook F3, I like this move because you're trying to protect the third rank, and possibly you want to put it on H3 and try to defend your own king. So let's say if knight goes here, then Rook H3 and knight goes here. Or maybe actually knight E3 is the critical move here. Yes, knight E3, you're attacking this, but I think white is ready to counter knight E3 with rook here. Probably. Black is waiting to incorporate this rook on this side of the board. So probably trying to take this and then somehow get the rook into play. It's possible, but here black decided to play knight G6. Yeah, so we saw this position already before. The knight might come to H4 and the other knight might come to E3, and just pressuring the G2 pawn like that. Yeah, it is very, very imbalanced here. It's quite unclear what is the evaluation. Probably white is fine, but probably it's not easy. Yeah, practically it's not an easy position to play. It's just on the corner of my eye. The camera was still on Eric, so I just want to see how he plays there, because it looks like they just passed the critical moment of the game. Ooh, what is this? Okay, Queen F4, Rook G3 was played, and this is the best move. Knight H5 and Bishop G7. Wow, we are actually looking at the right moves, because we saw this position before. Like whenever the knight moves, you can actually take the pawn on G7, but I didn't continue there. So the game continued by itself, and knight G3 happened, and F takes G3. So here Eric sacrificed an exchange, but for one pawn. At least there is a pawn. But also the big thing in this evaluation is this position of the king, because it looks like if only the bishop and the queen are reversed, it's gonna be a checkmate. But of course, this is not a checkmate, and Eric is still in the lead in the time situation. And I think at the very least he's gonna get his. No, I mean this is game over. What am I talking about? This is game over. Queen has to go. I don't think the queen can go anywhere but queen e3. And after queen e3, you have to play king h1, but the attack continues because now the bishop is attacking f8, and the rook and the bishop, they're attacking f7. But what just happened is, queen g5. There's a good chance that we might be seeing the end of this game. Yeah, this is the thing that many people also still get it wrong. Entering the opposite colored bishop is very dangerous. So at the very least, white has this idea, and hoping that the opposite colored bishop might lead into a draw in this type of position, it's a wrong thing to do, because both players still have the major pieces. The queen and the rook, they are still on the board. And it's hard, and especially this bishop is aiming towards a7, but possibly this is the way to go. So probably this position, if it happens, then queen will take on a7, and then now this is an attack on this on f7. Like if you take this, probably what to do first, because the back rank is quite weakening here. Actually it's fine, takes here. And after check here, just go to h1. And you might be thinking, wait, Irene. Oh, wow, what a game. I thought there was like one tactic followed by another tactic, like this. There would be a check. And it looks like white is getting checkmated. But there's a tactic here, if you think about it. Definitely, you cannot do this because this is loss. So you have to do what we called with a discovery check. Rook to f1, stopping the queen from checking the king, and also at the same time you're checking this king too. And then there's another tactic there. Queen takes c4, because you have to do something with this bishop. If the king goes away, you just simply capture the queen. And if you take this, again, now you cannot take the queen back because it's going to be a checkmate on the back rank. But here you have this move, taking the rook with a check, and you have to do something with this capture. You have to recapture it with the king or with the bishop. Either way, you just simply take the queen. So, wow, this could potentially happen in the game. This is interesting, like another attack, because it looks like in a quick glance, oh, queen c4, black is winning. But then there is rook takes f8 first, and then white is winning now. So, but this is quite a far stretch because Eric has lots of time on the clock, so he has to also consider other options. Like in this position, probably I would think about something else that is not capturing, because I'd like to keep everything on the board. I like to have this bishop and queen. I think they are very beautiful. So what I would try to do is probably preserving my bishop, but where to do that? Because if bishop f6 here, then black might use this chance to give a check to the king. And probably now rook e8. Yeah. And trying to intercept the queen and the bishop with bishop e5. Because for black, it is always a good thing to exchange any of the pieces here. And how to continue the attack? That's the question. It might be very, very hard actually. Yeah, probably. Okay, so bishop f6 might not work. Other moves, bishop d4, stopping queen e3. I think it's just bishop takes here and followed by bishop c5. Again, black's intention is just black wants to trade one of the pieces, especially one of these bishops, because they are very, very dangerous. And if king goes here, for example, not allowing this to happen, like if this like this, but still there is rook coming somehow to the e file or to the d file. So like it or not, I think in this position, white has to capture the rook on f8. And in this position, black has to recapture it with the rook, because otherwise the pawn on f7 will be lost. And here, okay, at least white is a pawn up. I don't know if it's saying much on this position to have like an extra material, just one pawn up, but it should count for something. Yeah, I like this continuation, queen a7, and you're trying to attack this. So if you try to protect it, which is fine, by the way, let's say you play queen g6, and now, oh, you can play queen b6, sorry. So white will win in this endgame. Now the question is how to protect both b6 and f7 at the same time. I guess this is a momentum. Yeah, let me rewind it a little bit. Like this position, this is the momentum. Either you take the f8 rook or not. But I think it is very, very important for Eric to take on f8 rook. I have yet to open the engine and then see their evaluation, but I guess just after a few moves here, we can tell that probably bishop takes f8 is the best move, the best continuation, and then grab the pawn on a7. So let's take a look at it once again. Bishop takes f8, rook takes f8, and queen takes a7. And now the queen, the bishop, the rook, they're attacking on f7. And this bishop takes b4 will not really happen. It can happen, but white is safe. White is safe, but this is quite a risky calculation. Eric has to spend some time to calculate everything because he's in the verge of winning the game. But if he makes one minor mistake, it can turn the table around. So the risk is high. So rook takes f7. Of course, if you take this, it's just gonna be mate in. No, it's not mate yet, but it's just probably losing. Yeah. In this position, I can just play queen here, for example, and you cannot block the check. You have to go with the king. And is there any way to win this immediately? Yeah. In any case, I don't think this is a critical position to play out. Like, gives all sort of checks and then push all the pawns and probably just h4, not g4, and then put the king on h2. White should be winning. So I don't think taking f7 would be a good move here. One thing to note is probably check here, king here. Oh, I think it's the same thing. After check here, there is rook f1. Yeah, but this looks scary, right? In your calculation, you might be a bit worrying about all these ideas, like what if I miss something, because this is crucial. The back rank is something that white is a bit weak of, and black will try to exploit it. But I think there's no chance of exploitation of the back rank, to be honest, because on every line that we calculated, I don't see that that black can win the game out of the back rank. Yeah, any sort of checks on the back rank here, there's always this discovery with rook f1, which is very promptly happened here. Queen c1, yeah, you can just give this one like this. It's a check, and then if you take this, you take this one first. Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, this is something that I think Eric has to play. So let's check our analysis with the engine, whether it is correct or not. So, oh, bishop f6 is actually the best move. That's really amazing. Bishop f6, queen g4, h3, queen e4. So what happened after bishop f6, queen e3, king here, and then rook here? Queen d1. You're attacking queen g4. I mean, the king is going to be mated. Okay, rook e4, rook e4. Ah, okay, so this it's a double attack. I see, it's a double attack. Okay, if there is any alternative like this, I think this is something that you have to take, yeah, because yeah, it's better to keep all the pieces on the board. So if bishop f8, I just want to check if my calculation is right. If bishop f8, okay, rook f8, and then queen a7. Let's say bishop b4 here. Can I play rook f7? Yes. Yes, rook f7 can be played. Yeah, you don't have to worry about the back rank. Bishop c5, king h1. Yes, don't worry about the back rank. You can always play rook f1. It's a discovery check. And black should go to this line, but this is the line that I mentioned earlier. It's not very critical. Okay, h4. What happened after this? Oh, queen e8, of course. The queen is lost. And after king g7, queen g8. Yep. Okay, so at least that line that looks very, very tempting to be played is possible. White is going to be better still, but bishop f6 is the best move in this position. Okay. Let's move on to other games. Oh, we have one game that's already finished here. Gretarsson versus Sheila Stanford. Let me see. Yeah, the game has finished, so the board might be empty. But we have other boards on that camera. Okay. Actually, this is not Sheila. Sheila has already left the board, and I just want to quickly check the game. So we saw the position here actually, that Gretarsson sacrificed a pawn. I just want to see how the finish played out. So bishop d7, e5. Yeah, this was the critical line that I think white should brave himself and play e5, because I think this is the most natural reaction to make anyway. Knight h5 is a mistake. You just simply protect the pawn with rook hf1, long castle, and now, yeah, this king is kind of lonely. Now I think the attack starts. Knight e4, takes on a6. Wow, takes on a6. Give a queen to a5. Okay, what's the idea? Okay, the idea is, I think if takes here, you just give a check. If here, you give a check and takes this. So in this position, if this happens, then you give another check here. Okay, at least that b5 is there, yeah? Because if you take this, queen check, and takes this, yeah, I think it should be like a matting pattern. So queen f5 was on the board, and here I think it's a desperado move. Knight takes f4, knowing that it is losing anyway. Queen a6, I think the king should get mated soon. King c8, knight d6, takes, and there's no stopping queen c7. And here resign. Probably just hoping knight to take, and then queen can go to c4, stopping the checkmate. But here king b1, and then black resigned. Okay, good game by Gretarsson. I think he's redeeming himself. Actually, no, it was not yesterday. He lost 2 days ago against Orkadal. Yesterday he drew against Pia. While we are on this camera, let's take a look on that game. The one that is on the camera. Boris Chotelbashev is still playing against Jovana Eric from Serbia. So the game, I think we saw the position after rook c8. No, not this rook c8, the other rook c8. This rook c8. Okay, so e3, h5, queen e2. Yeah, we saw this. And then knight g4 and up to queen d6 here. Knight b6, rook c d8, c5. Okay. And now the queen moves to e6 and knight moves back to f3. Bishop f6, bishop c3, king g7, and then h4. Okay. Yeah, white is trying to suffocate black in this position because, and oh, there's a resignation there. Okay, let's get there quickly. What's happening on their game? Bishop takes a5, so at least now white is up a pawn. Queen f5, knight a4, rook c8, and knight c3. 1 second. And bishop takes. Okay, this is a curious decision. Taking this, allowing such a position. I mean, you're already down a pawn, but okay, the position is very cramped anyway. So maybe black thinks that even if you don't take on f3, the bishop on e4 will be lost anyway because the knight is going to take it on c3. So bishop f3, queen takes f3, queen d7, and now knight a4, rook b8, knight b6. Yeah. Okay, so white is just getting one pawn after another. Knight takes and e4. Such a beautiful tactical play here. Queen here. So because now where does the knight go even? Like the knight cannot go anywhere. And in this position, if you take with the queen, bishop will take c7. If you take with the pawn, you'll take c7. And now if you take with the knight, e4 happens. Queen moves down, takes on d5, takes on d5. Queen takes d5 and queen b5. Bishop c3, e5, and then bishop f1. And this is where black resigned because, yeah, the queen can only have one square here to play. That is queen c6. But then after queen takes, probably, I mean, white has too many pawns already on the board. So yeah, maybe this is what's gonna happen. Takes, and d5. And then after this, ooh, look at that. White has like 3 passers on the queen side. Yeah, this is losing. Okay. That's very... well, I have another special guest in the studio. I'm so happy. But unfortunately, yeah, I had too many guests today, so I couldn't look at her game, but I would love to. Okay, I'll put us on the break, and after the break, you'll see who that special guest is. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, so this is my special guest, Phoebe Witt. How to pronounce your last name?
It's a bit difficult because it's Dutch. Witte.
Witte.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
Phoebe
yes.
Witte. Okay.
Yes.
But the Phoebe is like a English name, right?
Yeah, you know Friends, the series?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's from France.
It's
yeah.
from France,
Yes.
right? But it's not. I mean, it's not a common Dutch name, right? No. I think.
No, a lot of Dutchies pronounce it very weird, but that's okay.
Okay, all right. So Phoebe Witte, and then well, unfortunately, she lost today. And we didn't get to see her game, although I would love to. It's just that, as you know, we had too many guests today, which is good. I really love it. I really love it. Yes. So we can quickly analyze her game. So probably I can give a few insight on your game. Hopefully,
yes, that would be very nice.
Hopefully it's gonna be helpful. So it is. Yeah, the camera is off. I already put you on certain camera actually. So I would. Hover over to see where you're sitting, but we haven't got to that, so let's go without the camera. There you go. All right, so let's take a look what's happening in the game. French. E4 e6.
Yes.
E4 e6. Okay, d4 d5. And by the way, Phoebe is playing in the under 2200 group. Yeah.
Yes.
And how long have you been playing chess?
2.5 years.
2.5 years.
So not too long, but also quite a bit. Well, not very long.
Well, I mean, it's still quite new. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been playing chess for more than 20 years. So
Much longer.
much longer. So anyway, okay. So we have here you play 97. Okay, it's
Yeah,
kind of like
it's,
the
Rubinstein.
Rubinstein
Yeah.
variation.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop d3, knight f6, and queen e2.
This I've never seen before, Queen e2. I was very confused as to what to play. I took, I think, 20 minutes. It was really, really long.
Yeah, I think the idea of, those moves I think are very generic anyway, that white can play. Like, for example, here, probably knight f3 is of course a move.
Yeah.
Bishop g5 is obviously the main line. Even like a move like knight g3 is also a line. So all these
Yeah.
moves I think is pretty generic. And then I'm not sure if your opponent knows the theory very well. Queen e2, again, it's totally a playable move. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not necessarily the best move of the position, but I would also play it. I mean, if it was in the blitz and I forgot my theory, Queen e2 is totally playable.
Yeah.
So here, what did you do? Bishop e7.
Yeah,
I
a
think
bit too passive, maybe.
a bit too passive. I think the idea of Queen e2, I still cannot find the idea yet, but I think it requires you to play c5 immediately.
I was thinking that too, but I wasn't sure what the idea between Queen e2 is, and maybe I allow some things.
Wow, we have another guest actually waiting for us, but let's finish this one first. Okay, so bishop e7, and then knight f3, and then castle, and then castle. Okay, I think it's pretty good.
You do, yeah.
Knight takes here, queen takes, knight f6. I think it's fine. Okay, queen here. Now
Yeah.
g6. Okay, tell me
Yeah.
what g6.
I thought I cannot play h6 because he will sacrifice.
Yeah.
And he's threatening to go to g5.
Bishop g5.
So I wanted to stop this, and I thought g6. I stop it, but I didn't find another way to kind of, because I felt like he was gonna threaten mate after bishop g5 on h7.
Yeah, I think in this position, a move like b6 I think is important. I don't know. I just want to get this bishop out. I don't think you should be worried about this because there is always g6 afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you let your opponent shows the intention first, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, before you cut it down, because now your opponent is free to choose any other intentions, because now I'm not gonna play bishop g5. Why would I play bishop g5? You play already g6,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
So I mean, he did play bishop g5 anyway. So yeah, I think taking this is a bit too passive. I mean, not too passive, a bit too slow, like allowing your opponent to create more attacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So takes, and then Yeah, probably what maybe c5. I still like
right?
c5.
I was thinking the same is better. I think I shouldn't take because I just help the queen develop, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think you're helping your opponent. Okay, so takes here, queen here, and he's been playing very fast too. Like he's
Yeah.
gaining time.
I think at some point I had like a minute left and he still had like
A
an
minute
hour
left.
20.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see. G6, bishop G5, knight here, rook AE1 takes. Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
exchange also I don't
Mhm,
like it. Yeah,
mhm.
because
Yeah.
after this knight f6.
Maybe h5 better instead of knight to f6.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so too. H5, but you have to be ready of this idea though. G4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mm.
that's why I didn't go for it. I thought knight f6, but I allow queen h6.
But maybe it's calling for some concrete moves here, right? Because
Mhm.
well, you have knight here at least. Probably it's still fine, but of course it looks scary.
Yeah.
But probably it is not fine. But yeah, knight f6. Now it's queen h here, and then I think the only thing for white is just to bring the rook, right?
Yeah.
To here or to here. That
Mhm.
it doesn't.
Yeah, it's
matter.
easy for them to.
Takes here. Now rook's coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then rook's coming here. And then this one.
I didn't know how to defend this, and it's it went very fast, very very wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there is any way to defend this. You know what? Probably just take this. I think the queen
Okay.
is needed on this diagonal to stop the mate. Like let's say we go to the position like how it was in the game, right? Like rook h4 here, and then what did you play was rook d8,
Yeah.
right? At least in this position of the knight here, that's it.
Yeah.
The queen is helpful.
But I thought he can also go rook f4 and threaten maybe to take.
Yep, but there is queen g7. That's the whole idea.
Mm.
I mean, probably it is not the best move. Probably here bishop g6 is
Yeah, looks-
killing. Yeah, this is what I called with the art of attacking or the mathematic, the mathematic of attacking.
Yeah.
Like you don't have anything like, but white can just sacrifice all the pawns. Because how many pieces are attacking? Like 1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
other
4, all the pieces.
Mhm.
I mean, this is not attacking, but it is on the
Yeah.
king side, and you don't have anything to guard
Mhm.
your king. But yeah, so probably the crucial mistake is not playing c5. It is like yesterday's game.
Yeah.
It was coming from different opening where you should have played c5, and now it is the same thing. C5 was not played, and I think
really
that's
a team.
But it's a theme, yeah, for both in the Slav and also in the French. Yeah,
yeah.
C5 was the theme. But well, 3 more games to go. I think your opponent played well after all this, I would say, unforced errors that you did. The game. Oh, okay. This is a mistake. Not I mean, this is still winning. So here, queen here, but probably not the quickest way to win. But I think it's still do.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop d3, bishop here. Let's see. Yeah, the whole time you're down how many pawns? So just 1 pawn, but
Yeah, but he has
this
an
pawn.
attack.
Check here, and then yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Very tough.
tough game, but 3 more games to go. So
Yes,
I hope you
yes.
can bounce back.
Me
Yeah,
too. I'll be
anything can
fine.
still happen. So yeah, thank you for being with us here in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime. So yeah, tomorrow I'm hoping I can have you again on this studio, but with a different result.
Hopefully with a win. Yes, it
Okay.
would be nice.
All right, thank you, Phoebe, and I'll put us in the break. All right, and we have another guest. So today I'm so happy that my studio has been filled with lots of interesting guests. And today, and just now, I have a grandmaster from Denmark, Boris Bashev, and
it is a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be interviewed by such a famous player.
Oh, no. Thank
and,
you.
It's really nice.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. And we are so happy having you here in Trondheim. And is this your first time visiting Trondheim?
Trondheim, yes. I've been plenty of times in Norway playing other tournaments, but first time here.
What's your impression?
Well, it's incredible city. I wish I could live here.
yeah. I find the city is very nice too. Yeah.
Okay, at least in the summer. I don't know how it goes in the winter.
Oh, in the winter, it's gonna be very cold. Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong. But you were playing for Bulgaria before, right?
Yes. I decided to change federations when the problems started with Bulgarian federation. They were thrown out of FIDE, and they had plenty of problems, quarrels, going to court, and really. I have, of course, many friends in Bulgaria from both sides, but I didn't want to be involved in such things.
When did you move to Denmark?
I haven't moved. I only changed federations.
Oh, you only changed the federation.
Actually, with my wife, we considered moving, and we made some preparation to do so, but finally she changed her mind, and well...
You're still living in Bulgaria right now?
Yes. I wish that I moved, but it's family first.
Family first, of course. Okay. All right. So let's see your game. I think it was a very, very smooth win, and very instructive as well. It's showcase your level as a grandmaster, because from the start to finish, it feels like there's nothing going on. Okay, I'll switch the camera. There you go. And here, okay. So knight f3, d5. I think this type of position has been your opening path, yeah,
well, I have many many ways to play, but I noticed that my opponent, she doesn't have a better repertoire generally, but especially against this line, she's suffering. Let's say she plays bishop f5 early, which is also not good, and this
is very unusual.
The main thing is to take on c4 earlier. This is the principal thing, but she never plays it.
Yeah.
And so here I was happy with this position because it looks like a Grünfeld Slav.
But a better version of that, yeah?
Yes, a5 and rook e8 kind of not necessary moves. Let's put it that way.
I was also a bit surprised of this bishop f5 because it doesn't really have any idea. So probably what do you think is better is taking this right now? No. Or before? Oh, before actually. Oh, sorry, not this one. Let's see if I can get it somewhere. Okay. Here and then, not bishop f5, but not f5 as well, right? I think in this position.
Yes, a5 is the first, somewhat doubtful move.
Probably like a positional inaccuracy.
But just this position is kind of better version. It's still compared to the normal Grünfeld Slav, because you might push d4, you might not, let's say bishop f5, you might go for d3, who knows.
Yes.
It's kind of quite flexible for white. And for black, it's a question what move to make. You never want to play knight bd7 because cd5.
Yes.
You want your knight to be on c6.
Yeah, but you will never allow that to happen.
Yes. So it's a big question how exactly to proceed. To be honest, I don't know theory here. Probably there is some, but most good players avoid this line somehow. As I said, when white plays c4, it's the principal thing is to take the pawn and try to hold it.
Probably here black has to accept that the pawn on c6 is actually troublesome. So at some point, even though it's already playing c6, but I think at some point it has to be on c5
Maybe,
and then play
but
it for
you
this
should
version.
choose the right moment to
Right,
do so.
yeah.
To do so. I don't know, rook e8, maybe.
Yeah, rook
immediately.
e8, and then what will you
But
do?
then again,
You play
d4.
d4,
At
yeah.
least a5 was not a necessary move. Now there is even b5.
Yeah.
Well, some other.
Maybe something like this, yeah.
Yeah. White is always slightly better.
Yes.
I mean, but it's more playable. But in the game, the problem is she didn't have a plan. It was impossible to
Yeah.
find something clever to do.
And here, you stop everything, bishop f5, knight e5, yeah.
And compared, okay, this couple of tempos, rook e8 and a5 matter because now she cannot challenge the knight on e5,
Yes,
knight d7,
knight
d5,
d7, yeah.
d5 hanging.
That
and-
was exactly what I said in my commentary when you were playing. Like the knight on e5 has to be challenged, but there is no good way to do that because d7, it means you're losing the d5 pawn. So here she played rook c8. Yeah, she's also trying to just play a move without some plan here.
Yes, but it's difficult to
Yeah.
find a plan because you cannot play even e6 with the bishop on f5.
Right.
Some h3, you
H3,
might
G4,
lose it.
yes. And here she prepared with h5 and then queen e2.
e2.
Yeah, you just slowly put everything. Yeah, rook d1 coming.
Yes, and I cannot give her good advices. Of course, the computer doesn't like knight e7,
Yes.
and this is definitely a bad move. But in such a position, it's tough to play. I mean, practically.
Yeah. And here rook d1, and this one cannot be taken, otherwise this pawn is going to be attacked. E4 is coming too. So here she played queen d6. Is also unusual. I mean, very awkwardly looking move. And here knight b6.
Yeah, and generally, I was pretty sure c5 is not the best. I see the computer is showing it, but that bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I decided to be practical here because I felt that there should be something more than this. But decided, okay, I'll take on a5 pawn and see how this goes on.
So here she should have gone queen f6. But what's the difference between queen e6, queen f6? So probably the knight. The knight is able to go to e6.
Knight f3, e5. This is the...
this is the idea.
Yes, first I underestimated. I also thought queen f6 is better. I underestimated it because I thought if she plays knight queen f6, then I might leave the knight on e5. But then I understood that she might take it queen e6. Even it's not so sure what I'm doing here actually.
Yeah.
Queen f6 would have been unpleasant move. Oh, this my idea knight b6 c5 looks stupid now, to be honest.
Yeah, the knight is not doing anything in this position.
Yes, of course. Maybe some kind bishop c3, let's say. I can win the pawn. Take. Somehow f4 bishop g4. Take queen e6. F4 bishop.
Okay, queen f6. What would you do then? Bishop f5 here, and then takes, and queen e6.
F4, bishop g4. Okay, e5 is hanging.
E5 is hanging. f4 first.
And well, yeah, it looks like black has compensation. That's for this
bishop
pawn.
e4, yeah.
Yeah, some white square. Yeah. Bishop e4 shows the grandmaster level. Yeah, this has to be exchanged. This bishop, and
because this pawn is weakening the king, you just simply
yes.
So okay, but
c5 was bad. Yes.
So good thing for you, she played queen here. I think she missed the idea that she can sacrifice an exchange, like after queen f6. Maybe after here, she forgets that after this. I think you can. Can you take? Oh, just queen e6 first. No, queen e6 knight d4. So what's the idea here?
Queen e7, I suppose.
Oh, queen e7, of course. Queen e7, yeah, and then you take it a little bit later.
Yeah, I also underestimated this actually. I thought about knight f3 going back in this case also, but I underestimated that she can sacrifice a pawn and, well, most probably I'll have time to take on a5 still somehow, but well, it might not be the end of it. Black is everything in the center, h4.
And now this bishop f5 is not so stupid anymore.
Somehow I gave my opponent counterplay and looking at it, I'm not happy. with this. Okay, there are still some other moves like knight h4, like after.
Yeah, you
queen
can
e6.
try that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it is quite tricky position.
But
for
after
black
this,
after this, somehow she is left without counterplay.
Yeah.
Because okay, some. This,
I think you played pretty well after that.
Yeah.
That was the only moment of the game that black can turn devaluation.
Yes, but it shows that even grandmasters, I can tell you for sure, everyone gives chances. You just have to use them. No matter you are weaker. So for our viewers that look at the games, they should know. Even grandmasters play some stupid moves. It's inevitable. Inevitable. It's chess is complicated game, and so.
But in this position, when there's tactic on the board, you're not missing it. Yeah, like knight after this. This is what I meant here, and then knight takes here. This is such a beautiful tactic.
Yeah, well, thanks. Yes, I didn't see it immediately, to be honest. I was thinking about other moves like bishop c3 or stuff, or a4 or whatever, and then it dawned to me that I can do something better than this.
Yeah, knight d5. The knight is n3 by 3 pieces there. But cannot be really taken. I mean, it can be taken, but there's always something.
Okay,
to
she should have played rook e8 and take with the queen on d5. Of course, it was a better chance, let's say, because rook e8, I take. Queen, now she has to take with the queen if she takes with the pawn before and she's losing d5.
Yep.
But taking with the queen is not so simple. I mean, take because take.
Can you move the queen then?
I can, but queen d7. Well, I was not sure. I would have taken probably.
Queen d7, and I play like, let's say b4 with the d5.
Yeah, of course, it's
like
a big advantage. E6, but I didn't want to be left with the bishop on a5.
On a5.
Yeah, well, probably not so bad, but I mean, I would have exchanged queens.
Okay.
I want to improve my structure also. Take, and now also I didn't want to play before the same reason. I wanted bishop e1 to defend f2 if she takes on a2. Now she cannot give d5 pawn, e6 and then a4.
And then you have these pawns coming.
Yeah, this structure.
F5
okay, she
before,
has some knight a6, knight a5, but it's nothing really.
And then once the knight is here, you can just put the bishop back and see if she
or
be
bishop h3 take
bishop
it.
h3, yes. Yeah, you have this pawn majority 3 versus 1.
Yeah, that generally my combination knight d5 was generally to improve the structure. This structure, it's easier to push pawns. It's all over here, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. So here after e4, she decided to play queen d7.
Yes, but it's second pawn.
Yeah,
it's,
but this is too much for.
This is resignation. She stopped believing, basically.
And after this is resignable. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 2 pawns.
2 pawns down. Yeah, and then
an ending.
Yeah. Well, very smooth game, except the one that with the queen e6 or f6 with this pawn on c5. But otherwise, I think it's a fair result that you have this victory today because you've been proven to be a better player today compared to your opponent. But 3 more rounds to go.
Oh yes, definitely. It will be interesting.
It will be interesting, yeah. And we still have one sole leader in the tournament. Korpa has still leads by half a point ahead of Hammer and Co. I think half a point.
And me.
And you too, right? Yeah. There are a bunch of
Yeah, there are several. Yeah.
Several people half a point behind. Yeah. So who do you think you'll play tomorrow? You have no idea.
Probably Korpa.
Probably Korpa.
Or Hammer, but probably Korpa.
Yeah, because they already played against each
okay,
other.
it depends. Probably the result. Amar.
Amar, yeah.
Game. It probably depends from this game.
So let me.
But he had played Korpa Amar, so I play him.
Let me hear your thought on this position. This is currently the position by Amar versus Durer. So they've been playing according to one correspondence scheme. So if you see in the venue, they've been blitzing their own moves.
I noticed this. Yes,
yeah,
they're blitzing.
They're blitzing until like move 26 or something. Probably 26 until here. They're blitzing it out, and then until this actually. You see the time like 1 hour 32 and 1 hour 40.
Well, young guys, they prepare computer lines.
So I've been looking at this position, but there's no major improvement. I mean, white is still up a pawn, but white still has to prove that that pawn can mean something. So one rook has been traded. So I've never seen this, and bishop b3, queen a7, and queen f3. So what do you think is going to happen in this game?
Oh, d5 at some point.
D5 at some point.
Will come sooner or later.
Yeah.
White has to choose the right moment. Probably now, not now, because c5.
Queen a3, yeah? Something like
Yeah, also queen e3. Of course, it's not easy to convert such a position, but it's not fun to play for black also.
Yeah.
Yeah, because white can maneuver here, there, and Marius had been playing very good so
very
far.
Well.
So
yeah,
far,
you drew against him, yeah?
Yeah, and he defended actually very well in this game because he had some troubles in the opening, but well, it's not fun here. So how should I say? Generally, it's 50-50. Either draw,
either draw or white wins.
Yeah,
I think white is playing for two results. Yeah, either winning or drawing. But for black here, I think the task is a bit difficult to continue.
Yes, I don't like black, to be honest here. Yeah, c6 hanging. Well, but I understand it should be a long game.
It should be a long game. Yesterday, coincidentally, Amar also had like queen and bishop, opposite colored bishop.
Yeah, pawn up.
Pawn up, yeah,
so,
against Kenanen.
Yeah, he's training this kind.
He's training this team, yeah.
This kind
yeah, but yesterday he couldn't manage to win the game. He managed to draw it, but also because Kenanen defended very well. So, well, we'll never know what's going to happen on this game because he is now again another pawn up with opposite colored bishop. So, but anyway, I will not keep you for so long. Enjoy your evening. You need a break. You need a rest for tomorrow's game. So thank you once again for being here in the studio with me, and all the best for the remaining games.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Yes, so I got two guests just now back to back. We had Phoebe Witte, and we also had Boris Chatalbashev in the studio. So happy that I'm not alone today in the studio. Like many people are coming to stop by and also to share their insights. So hopefully it's gonna keep happening for the next days too. And while we just saw the game between Amar versus Marius Duer together with Boris, and looks like it's gonna be another long game because Amar also had similar position or theme yesterday as well against Toivo Kenanen, and today it appears he's having a same thing too against Marius Duer. But let's switch our attention to the fourth board. We have Arnold Riis here versus Thor Fredrik Carlsen, and it looks like a very interesting King's Indian position before, which has transposed to a lot of tradings. So here we saw the position of the knight g6, and white decided to play b6, and now rook h7, fairly straightforward, attacking the h2 pawn. And here h3, c takes b6, and takes on d6. Whoa, it's a lot of calculation going on. But I think with the help of the rook over here, the area around the white's king is kind of stabilized. So what happened was knight h4. So black is deciding to get more pieces around the white's king to keep the attack. And knight a4. White is definitely thinking, I'm gonna give the rook, I'm gonna give the exchange up, but the pawn on d6, and probably now, sooner or later, the pawn on e5 and b6 will fall. And therefore, white is trying to find that compensation. And here, knight f6, black decided not to take up the positional exchange sacrifice. And here, white just took on b6, rook d8, because this d-pawn is going to be very dangerous soon in the game. Knight c5, trying to attack the e6 square and forking the rook and the queen. And what just happened was knight takes f3, queen takes f3, and rook takes d6. And now white continue with knight c8, attacking the rook, and after rook here, just simply take the rook, and well, now the material is back to equal again, surprisingly. Well, white is still up a pawn. I think that means something, right? And the pawn, this extra pawn, is the passer, and also this one. Although in this stage of the game, this h3 is not really meaning anything for now, except for defending the king. But this d5 pawn is going to be very dangerous. What happened in the game was d6 was played, king h8, rook d1. So now the knight is free to go because the pawn is defended by the rook. Queen g6 and knight e7, queen takes e4. Okay, so this is the current position right now. They just hit move 40, so it means they will get additional 30 minutes on the clock. And I believe the 41st move is gonna take some time to appear on the board, because I think this is a critical moment of the game, and as you can see, the players are not on the chair, possibly going to the restroom, because they just pass like the critical moments of the game leading to the 40th moves. And what I want to also check is the game between Eric Rosen and Peter. So let's take a look what's happening on their game right now. And oh, they went to this line. So did Eric not take on f8 then? Let's see if I have the move here. So after queen g5, oh, he took f8 and he took a7. Okay, so this is correct, but b5 was on the board. And he didn't take on f7. Okay. I think it's crucial to take on f7. Like this, bishop takes f7, king king cannot go to g7. King has to go to here and give a check, let's say. And bishop here. And you just simply protect it, queen d5 like this. It should be fine. But probably, okay, bishop d3 should be fine as well. Bishop takes b4 and king h1, removing the king from any potential check on that diagonal. And bishop c5, queen d7. Yeah, black should be under pressure. Bishop f5. No, I think the bishop the bishop belongs to this diagonal. Yeah. And then keep everything protected, because bishop c4, you're protecting everything and also attacking this pawn. I think this is the way to play this position. But Eric played bishop f5 and queen e7 and queen d3. I mean, white is still very much better. h3, queen c4, queen e3, bishop c1, sorry, bishop b1, and queen here. Pawn f5. Maybe this is something that Eric was missing before. Yeah. So maybe in this position, if he wants to do something like that, he should just be playing queen g4, and after queen here, then queen here. Probably. Because after f5 here, there is this check, and then the bishop is lost. So Yeah, probably this is something that he has to do. And after this check, if the king moves, then I think it's GG, queen f5. Oh, he just missed this idea. He has time on the clock to figure this out there. But I think it's very clear. Queen g4 is I mean, if he really wants to attack h7, I think, yeah, just start with queen g4. Queen g5 and queen here. How to stop this? And how to stop this? I don't see a move. Yeah. Let's see what the computer says, whether I'm right or wrong. Queen g4. Queen g4 is the best move on the board. Queen g5 and queen e4. Yes, that's true. Here, only move here and queen e4. And you maintain this advantage, almost 3 plus 3 advantage. If rook h8, yeah, now this bishop doesn't work very well in this diagonal. Move it back. I mean, I always like the bishop on c4 anyway. So bishop d3, bishop c4. Let's see the current position. Queen c2 was played, f5. And it feels like now the black's king has more space around it. But I'm sure white is still better. Queen d4, queen f3, a lot of dancing with the queens. Queen d5 here, queen e6, rook f6, and queen here. Okay, and queen here, queen h5 finally, and possibly his opponent is thinking to play queen g5. Because now the attack is, he's playing with fire, or he's thinking to take this, but if queen takes b3, bishop here, there's nothing that's stopping this, right? And if rook f6, queen check, and then this rook is gonna go somewhere to the back rank. Okay, the position is still nice for Eric, but I thought it was going to finish quite soon, but it's been taking quite some time now. What is the evaluation of this position? Oh, not as much. I think he missed f5. After queen c2 here, yeah, I think he missed this f5 idea. He thought that it's winning, but f5 is pretty good. g4, yeah, he has to brave himself playing such a move. Although it means that it is a concrete line, but he has time on the clock to calculate everything. Okay, queen h5 is still on the board, and let's see if any games are still going on. Yeah, the third board and the fourth board are still on the way, and yeah, it's gonna be quite long. But I have to wrap things up, so it's been quite interesting here in the studio, and yeah, stay tuned with us because tomorrow we might be getting more guests too in the studio, because tomorrow is round number 7. 3 more rounds to go until we see who is going to be the winner of the tournament. So Grandmaster Ben Sekorpa is still leading by half a point, but there are many people in the pool with half a point behind him, so anything can still happen. The first winner is still up for grabs for anyone, and who will play better chess on the last 3 rounds, because it's gonna be quite crucial also to see how the players are maintaining their energy level, because chess is not only about what's on the board, but off the board you have to also be very healthy and fit. So I've been your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and it's always been a pleasure to commentate and hosting all the games with you today. Thanks for all the supports on Twitch and YouTube. Thanks to our Lichess community, and thanks to everyone who's watching. I will be back tomorrow at the same time, same place, from Trondheim, Norway. So have a good evening and adios.